of my study sample listed in the Bombay Stock Exchange. Now, the recommendations on the basis of my study is for having a strong control mechanism. It is recommended that the audit committee should consist of all the independent directors as members to have unbiased or impartial decisions. Secondly, all the members must be financial experts so that the members can analyze on the financial statements and give expert comments on financial decisions. Thirdly, the presence of the external auditor firm should be made mandatory. Moreover, for having a more accountable board of directors, it is recommended that 50% of the members must be independent directors, irrespective of the chairman being executive or non-executive. The board should have shareholders, and the mandatory governance rating by rating agencies is also recommended, which would encourage the companies to follow the corporate governance norms in letter and spirit to attract more investment. The regulators may also think of having a more robust vigil mechanism for the whistleblowers so that the frauds or corruptions are detected early and incidents like Satyam or WorldCom or Enron are not repeated. To conclude, I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to present my paper in front of this august presence. I also thank the esteemed gathering for a patient hearing. For any feedback or queries, kindly mail me or WhatsApp me as shown in the slide. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, Aditi, indeed. We also thank the August organizers for giving us the chance to be here and do these things. So indeed, with many thanks, and we will take you up on your offer to give you feedback and ask you questions after every presentation, and only to make that as spacious as possible, I am now putting the presentations tightly together. So if Merna Hefavi and Dina Yusri are there to follow up on Adita's impact of corporate governance, with their own view on determinants of secular stagnation in high-income countries, they join us from the German University in Cairo, GUC in Egypt, isn't it? Aren't they? Do we have Merna?
It is recommended that I'm just trying to unmute.
Take your time. The organizers will make you the presenter, and they have done so. Wonderful.
Okay. Do you see my screen clearly? And yes. Is my voice clear as well?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Merna Hifnawi, a PhD candidate and economic assistant lecturer in the German University in Cairo. And today I'm presenting to you my research about the determinants of secular stagnation in high-income countries. Following is my presentation outline. Starting with the research background. What is secular stagnation? Secular stagnation is a condition in which there is continuous stagnation in total output levels of a country and or in its output per capita, which is accompanied by decrease in the real interest rates. In the secular stagnation, unemployment levels are increasing and chronic. In order to achieve full employment, economies need to reach negative real interest rate, which means an inflation rate that is higher than its nominal interest rate, which cannot be achieved, because reaching high inflation rates is a challenge, since it is one of the characteristics of secular stagnation, since the countries are having slow or no economic growth. So it is very hard for them to achieve high inflation rate. Secular stagnation is a critical problem that the entire world is currently facing, and it does not seem to be a short-term one. Here is a graph representing the real interest rates in some of the developed countries. As you can see here, how the real interest rates are really decreasing and they are reaching negative values, especially after the financial crisis in 2010. So the real interest rates worldwide are being significantly affected by secular stagnation as well. Okay, why is secular stagnation a worldwide problem? It's mainly facing the developed countries. But when the developed countries are suffering from almost no or slow economic growth, this is reflected on their trade partners, namely the developing countries, because they have less chance to produce and specialize in the products and services developed countries want to import. Also, the diminishing innovation will ultimately decrease their capability to import new creative products and accordingly bound their growth chances as well. Also, it opened doors
in the developing nations for higher unemployment and more income inequality. Also, the problem doesn't seem to be a short-term one because there are structural changes observed in people's and firms' behavior, such as rise in the propensity to save and decrease in the propensity to consume and invest. And those are claimed to decrease the growth patterns in the global economies. Moving to the historical development of the secular stagnation concept. Secular stagnation concept was first introduced in year 1938 by Alvin Hansen. It was a prediction for the US economy's future after the Great Depression in the 1930s, of course. He expected investments to decrease due to scarce investment opportunities, and he recommended governments to intervene through their fiscal policy to fill the investment gap. Then the concept was totally left, and then it was revisited in year 2013 by Lawrence Summers after the Great Recession. Summers as well said that the US government is the way out of the stagnation and that the government should fill the investment gap caused by insufficient private investments. And he said his popular quote about secular stagnation, that it is the defining issue of our age. Since then, there has been an ongoing debate about the concept of secular stagnation between the economists. Moving to my literature review, starting with the debate about secular stagnation. Some economists claim that secular stagnation doesn't exist, and what the developed world is facing is just a debt supercycle. Other economists replied that it's always hard to forecast future long-run economic growth. So that supercycle seems a more logical term to find policy implications for. Also, on the other hand, some other economists claim that secular stagnation doesn't really exist and it is nothing but a phony justification for further failure in the government behavior in the developed countries. So does it really exist? Let's see. Let's here check the economic growth pattern in some of the developed countries, namely the US here in the blue line, and the European Union in the red line, and the green line represents Japan. As you can see, after the financial crisis in 2010, they have been struggling to achieve high economic growth. Okay, is it a worldwide problem? Is it being transmitted to developing countries? Let's see here. The blue line represents the economic growth in the developed countries, and the red line represents the economic growth in the developing countries. As you can see, the developing countries are following the pattern of the growth in the developed countries. So, what are the factors causing secular stagnation? There is no one research that determined and quantified the factors that represent or that cause secular stagnation. There were many opinions in different researches stating the following factors. Some researchers claim that the reason behind secular stagnation is the diminishing marginal productivity of capital and labor. Others refer secular stagnation to the slow technological progress happening in the developed nations, of course. While others refer secular stagnation to the demographics of the developed countries, that the population is aging and there is decrease in the labor force participation rate. Other researchers claim that the decrease in the high school completion rate with no increase to be expected is the reason behind secular stagnation. Also, there are other researchers talking about that the inequality factors is one of the causes of secular stagnation. For example, in the US, the country's income distribution has been unequal since 1980, where the highest portion of the income is received by the top decile of the population, meaning the top 10% of the population. Also, the public debt is seen as one of the factors that can cause secular stagnation, that the government debt ratio out of the GDP is rising, and the government's revenues are diminishing. And another important factor that's claimed to cause secular stagnation is the regime uncertainty. So the government policies are now seen to be part of the problem, not the solution. Okay, let's now validate solo growth model in assessing high-income countries' performance. Mainly, the standard model used to study economic growth in all of the countries is solo growth model. According to solo growth model, quality education, good healthcare systems, physical capital accumulation, labor force, and technology are the key factors to achieve economic growth in any country. However, developed countries have all of these factors and they are struggling to achieve economic growth. Okay, it was found that ever since the solo residual was introduced, the economic growth started to be an unobservable variable. So the solo residual, which is here in the function, the A, the technology, turned to be a measure of the researcher's ignorance or failure to explain the gap between the expected GDP and the real observed GDP. So moving to my research gap, the problem of not having a comprehensive model that's able to explain the economic growth of the developed countries is the research gap this study aims to fulfill. Through studying and explaining the reasons behind economic growth struggle in the developed countries. By this, we form a potential path or a recipe that describes for the current developed countries how to get out of the secular stagnation trap and how to maintain economic growth after achieving it. So, the aim of my research is to contribute to the growing body of the empirical literature on secular stagnation by providing an empirical quantification for the effect of the suggested social, economic, and political factors on secular stagnation in the developed countries. This will be done through answering my research question, which is what is the impact of the claimed economic, political, and social factors in secular stagnation, and hypothesis investigating my hypotheses, which are the first one, the social factors have a significant impact on secular stagnation. The second one is studying whether the economic factors have a significant impact on secular stagnation. And the third one is studying whether the political factor has a significant impact on secular stagnation. Okay, moving to my data and methodology. First, I'll be presenting for you the proxies used to measure each of the variables. First of all, the economic performance, which is my dependent variable. It was measured using the annual GDP in dollars. Then the independent variables were divided into three main categories: the social factors, the economic factors, and the political factors. Starting with the social factors, the dependency ratio was the proxy for the aging population. The annual population growth was the proxy for the population growth. The school enrollment in tertiary education was the proxy for education. Moving to my economic factors, the labor productivity was measured using the number of people in the labor force. The capital productivity was measured using the gross capital formation. The deflation index was the inflation rate, of course. Investment was measured using the net investment in non-financial assets. And the savings was measured using the gross domestic savings. Finally, I had only one political factor, which is the regime uncertainty, and it was measured using the World Uncertainty Index. Okay, in order to regress this, number of econometric models were regressed through running time series data analysis in OLS regression method. The data set used, all the indices except for the World Uncertainty Index was retrieved from the World Bank for the time period from 1960 to 2019. For the countries, for the high-income countries category, according to the World Bank classification, which represents collective indices for 82 developed countries. As for the World Uncertainty Index, it was retrieved from the World Uncertainty Index reports. It was quarterly data from 1990 to 2021 second quarter, since this was the longest period of available data. Studying or representing the Eurozone countries. Also, I had to collect other GDP quarter data from the OECD statistics, reflecting the quarter GDP performance in the Eurozone in order to be able to regress the world uncertainty with the economic performance. Moving to my regression models, I have three main regression models. The first one was regressing the annual social factors on the annual GDP of high-income countries. The second model was regressing the annual economic factors on the annual GDP of high-income countries. The third model was regressing the political factor measured quarterly on the quarter GDP in the Eurozone. Also, of course, each of the three models was examined using robustness tests separately. I tested for heteroscedasticity, autocorrelation, multicollinearity, and correction measures were considered. Okay, moving to my empirical findings. I have this collective table that shows the findings of the three different models. The first model, which is model 1, was studying the effect of the social factors on the economic performance of high-income countries. As you can see, the R squared here is 0.98, which means that it captures 98% of the economic performance. As you can see, the school enrollment in tertiary education was the only highly significant one, while the other factors, the age dependency ratio and the annual population growth, were found to be insignificant to the economic growth in high-income countries. Now, analyzing the second model, all the economic factors were found to be significant and having a significant effect on the economic performance of high-income countries, except for the inflation rate, and I'll be discussing this later. Also, the R square of the model was 0.99, which means that it is very high and very good. Model 3 was studying the effect of the political factor, which is the World Uncertainty Index, on the economic performance in the Eurozone, and it was found to be also a highly significant and positive relation. The R square of the model was 0.30, which means that it captures 30% of the reality, and this is good since the model includes only one variable. Moving to the discussion and the conclusion. First of all, the social factors model has concluded that achieving high levels of education is an important factor that can help high-income countries achieve economic growth. While the low population growth rate and the increasing age dependency burden are insignificant to the economic performance of the high-income countries. So those factors are found to be not pressuring the economic growth of the high-income countries yet. Accordingly, the first hypothesis of my research was supported. Moving to the economic factors model, it has concluded that the capital formation is having a significant but negative effect on the economic performance of the high-income country. This stresses on the idea that the developed countries are already capital abundant. Also, it was found that there is a positive significant relation between the savings and investments in the high-income countries and their national income. And this stresses on the importance of the technological investments that is directed towards innovation, technology, and research and development. Since they don't need investment in the capital anymore, they already capital abundant. So they need investments that's directed to the research and the development, technology, and innovation. Also, the labor force is one important contributor to the economic growth in the high-income countries. While the low inflation rate was the only insignificant economic factor that, and this can be because it is one of the consequences of secular stagnation. It's not a cause, it is a consequence. Accordingly, the second hypothesis of my research was also supported. Moving to the third model, it concluded that regime uncertainty has a positive, highly significant effect on the national income of the Eurozone. This emphasizes that the government policies are now part of the secular stagnation problem. So this requires the government to prioritize regaining the public and investors' trust before applying any other fiscal or monetary policies to solve the problem. Accordingly, the third hypothesis of my research was also supported. Okay, finally, the limitations and the future research. My research was limited by the unavailability of some collective indices that represent the high-income countries altogether or the Eurozone area, like the Income Inequality Index, which is the Gini Index, the Public Debt Index, which is the central government debt, and the Low Interest Rates Index, which is, of course, the real interest rates. So accordingly, it is planned for the future research continuing on this topic to consider those three missing variables' effect on secular stagnation. Thank you for your good listening, and I'm really open for any comments or questions.
Thank you very much, Merna. We will be taking you up on that for sure, and we look forward to it. And in order to enable us to do that, we lead from determinants of secular stagnation all the way to Anil Bolukolu's financial development and economic growth and non-parametric analysis. She is Neveshir Hachi Bektash University in Turkey. I probably have mispronounced that in many ways. Feel free to correct me, please. And after you have done that, I'm just announcing I will now moving to my second of the 4 locations of the day. Should I break down or come across weekly in the next 2 or 3 sessions, please attribute it to the driving road connection that I have to set up. But don't let that deter you. In the worst case, somebody else will cover 2 sessions or so for me, but I will be back there. Good. Thank you so much. Dr. Anil, we are all ears and eyes. Thank you.
I prefer not to try. Thanks for listening. Yeah. Today, I am going to, and at the beginning, I would like to thank for giving us this opportunity to present in this conference. Today, I am going to present the non-parametric estimation of the relationship between financial development and economic growth. Here is the outline of my presentation. So after the introduction part, I will talk about the motivation of my work. I will talk about, concisely talk about data. Last, I will present the model. Then I will show the estimation results, and I will conclude my presentation. So this work mainly examines the relationship between average economic growth and average financial development in 83 countries over the period between 1980 and 2018, and employs in IMF Financial Development Index differently from other works on the relationship between financial development and growth in order to assess the multiple nature of financial development. In this work, quantile regression analysis is employed in order to demonstrate the non-linear relationship between average economic growth and financial development indicators, and lastly, conventional growth regressors. Effects of various financial development indicators vary as it is moved up in the conditional distribution of economic growth. So the effect of financial market development is found monotonically decreasing, and effect of financial institutions development is found monotonically increasing. So mainly this work is motivated by 2 facts about literature on economic growth and financial development nexus. Firstly, it is a well-written and well-investigated literature, but this literature usually assumes a linear relationship between finance and economic growth. So this view has flaws due to the heterogeneity of countries covered by empirical research, such as level of their economic development and differences in institutional development. So these facts are investigated and found significant. So it can be said that there is a strong heterogeneity between different countries. So, secondly, in the literature, each of the indicators commonly used in the finance growth literature, they represent different dimensions of financial development, and they alone fail to represent the multi-dimensional nature of development. So by this way, this work employs financial development index that is derived by IMF, which is a composite index compiled from institutional and market-based indicators for financial development, and captures the multinational nature of financial development. So my two motivations are these. After that, this work mainly employs the data which covers the period between 1980 and 2018, and from 87 countries, which data are available. And after that, this work mainly excludes the offshore financial centers and countries which have more than 10% of oil and shares in their GDPs. So once we exclude them and we include the countries which for which data is available, only 87 countries remain in the database. So this work also estimates the average growth in per capita GDP of countries between 1980 and 2018 through three main financial development indicators. One is average financial development index, one is financial institution index, and lastly financial markets index. And also, we in this work, the role of the financial development is assessed under the pressure of conventional growth regressors, such as logarithm of natural logarithm of the initial per capita GDP, logarithm of average human capital index, average population growth, and lastly, average government expenditure share in GDP. So the financial development measures are downloaded from IMF database, and lastly, conventional growth regressors are gathered from Penn World Table 11. Yes. So this work estimates the unconditional growth equation by using quantile regression, which minimizes an asymmetric linear penalty function, as you may see. So each member of the estimated beta vector for each quantile can be interpreted as the marginal change in the dependent variable with respect to a marginal change in corresponding independent variable, conditional on the being out quantile. So mainly, why we used quantile? Why I used quantile regression? There are two advantages of them in the over the other estimation techniques. One is the estimate results usually found robust to outliers of the dependent variable, and secondly, this method helps researchers to assess about the effectiveness of policy variables among countries according to their position on the conditional growth distribution. So as you may see, my estimation results, they are a little bit seem slow. Let me make it closer. Okay. So equation 1 mainly shows the results for the overall financial development index, and with respect to other conventional growth regressors. The equation 2 shows the effect of financial institutions development index, and lastly, equation 3 shows the results estimations of the regression, which is estimated by the financial markets development index. So as you can see from here, from the results of equation 1, the financial development firstly is found insignificant among the least growing countries. So among them, among these least growing countries, an increase in financial development does not necessarily lead a increase in their growth rates. In the second quartile, so the bottom second growing countries, it is found the most significant. And after that, the significance it's significant, but the level of significance is decreasing by as we move up on the conditional distribution. So among top grower countries, the effect of financial development decreases. So once we compare the importance of the financial development among high growth countries, so for example, it is not as important as the human capital index. Among top growing countries, it is much more found important than the trade openness. And last, the population growth, of course, negative impact. And lastly, government expenditures are found insignificant. So once we go further to financial institution index, as we can see from equation 2, so the bottom low growth countries, again, the effect of a financial institution development in the financial institutions are found insignificant, while it is found significant at 60 percentile and the 80 percentile, and the importance is increasing by once we go up to the conditional growth distribution, as you can see. So the high growing countries mainly takes the advantage of development of the financial institutions, and the lower growing countries usually they don't get the advantage of having well-developed financial institutions. And lastly, equation 3, as we can see, financial markets development are really found insignificant for bottom growing countries, but they are found significant in the middle, in the fourth quintile grower countries, and it is it has the highest significance in this among these countries. And again, the importance of the development of financial markets are decreasing as we again go up on the conditional distribution of economic growth. So for a summary, we can say that financial development indices show no evidence of economic growth. Financial development among countries that are in the bottom of 20% of the conditional distribution of the average GDP growth rate. So they are, for a mistake, I separated them. So those are the integrated sentence. Effect of financial institutions development index on economic growth is found significant among countries in bottom 14th quintile of average growth. And lastly, financial development index for markets has decreasing coefficients as it moves up the conditional distribution of average GDP growth. So those are my results, and thanks for listening and giving me this opportunity. Are there any questions? Or? Do I have to do something?
I think we've lost our chair. I'm interested, Doctor, what do you think about if we tie in your research along with earlier Dr. Aditi's, the earlier presentation on secular stagnation? What do you think about that? How does that tie in?
So how can I say? So because of the limited time, I couldn't mention a lot about the theories about financial development and growth. So there are mainly three. We can separate the literature on growth and financial development under three headings. The first one usually can be summarized as functionalist view, right? As I said, the increasing in the financial development usually increases the growth because of the functions it supplies to the country, right? For example, the speed of the investments, the finance of the investments are increasing rapidly. So it mainly for economic growth and the other theory mainly criticize the financial developments by the inherent instabilities in it. So mainly they say that the instability of the financial markets usually leads lower economic growth. So and it stagnates the countries. It results with a stagnation among countries. And the third one can be called an hybrid view, right? I can say so. At the early stages of the financial development, it helps countries to grow. But after a certain development, because of and it starts to lead some instabilities and financial crises in the countries, and it starts to after that negatively affect the economic growth of the country. So once we compare with the stagnation, with the Merna's presentation, mainly the high growing countries mostly stagnate more, and they have lower growth rates. And according to me, and according to the many empirical results, show that it is about the instability created by the financial systems, mainly can be accused by the lower economic growth of these countries. So, yeah, another section has to be added to Merna's maybe presentation, and it can make it further.
Thank you very much.
And you're welcome. If I could answer properly.
Brilliant. I guess we should move on to the next presentation. I believe that is Saddam.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Mr.
Hello.
Professor Anil, for this presentation. And I'm at the moment in a shaky place. As you can see, I promised you I would be in a second moving location. That's exactly where I am. Well, our RSEP chairs are everywhere to serve you. So at the moment, I will be very quickly getting out of this traffic and leading on to indeed our next presentation. So we are looking forward to Saddam of you or Nitin, whoever of you is the one or the twos who want to present. Go ahead. I am getting out of this.
Yes, it's great. Thank you. Let me share my, allow me to share my screen.
Kurtz or Saddam, who will present?
Saddam will be presenting.
I will present, and we all
Okay,
can speak.
okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Can you give me access to share my screen?
Okay, 1 minute. Yes, you are the host now.
All right, great. So please let me know once you're able to see my screen.
Yes, it's okay.
All right. Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to present our article and the content material to everyone today. We have prepared this conference article with 4 members. My name is Saddam Iqbal. I'm stationed in Japan, and with me I have Kurt Law, who is currently stationed in UK, London. He is with us today online, and we have Ovidor. He is the Excellency of Romanian Embassy in Japan, and we have Nitin, who is an entrepreneur businessman in Japan. Together, we have concluded this topic of a global anti-money laundering mechanism and classifications. With this, I would like to go forward with my content layout. I have today I will be presenting the objective, the methodology, and the results. Going forward with the objectives, the objective of this paper is to explore the various ways in which criminals attempt to subvert financial institutions to enjoy the profits of their illicit activities. We have identified various methods or mechanisms in which way the criminals try to utilize their profits of illegal proceeds by subverting the financial channel, by the regulated financial channels, and using the unregulated banking mechanisms such as Hawala, Hundi, chop shops, and chitty banking, and some various mechanisms which are being governed by the unregulated banking. So with this, we would like to present this paper can also be useful for various financial watchdogs to increase the sensitivity of the illicit activities that are being utilized as a norm in various countries or various quarters of the financial industries. So this is a quick or a general flow chart that I would like to present, how the money is being subvent to the financial institutions by not using the financial regulated channels. So for example, if in country A or locality 1 wants to send their proceeds of illicit proceeds or legal proceeds from one location to another, one country to another. So there are basically two main channels. One is by using a regulated financial institution to transfer your proceeds domestically or internationally. Internationally, we usually say by as a wire transfer and a domestic fund transfer. This both can be done by a regulated channel which banks usually offer to their clients. For that, the clients need to go through their KYC and also needs to share the details of their beneficiary. The bank then does in KYC on their customers and also does a due diligence on the beneficiary details. Checks contain such as if the person is on any sanctions list, if they have any AML history, or has any kind of suspicious activity aligned to its personal background. So there might be two kind of characteristics who uses the unregulated banking channels. One is we can see over here as we go through the banking proceeds, you have to go through all the KYC like I just mentioned, and then send your proceeds from location or country one to another. Another method is by going through a underground or an unregulated banking channels. These are based on some cultural demographic based unregulated banking channel. These runs in parallel to the legal systems. In this parallel world, there are some few mechanisms such as Hawala or Hundi, chop shops, Adala, and chitty banking. I will describe these mechanisms in detail in the following slides. Few of these or all of these mechanisms are based on cultural demographic and has been a history of more than the regulated banking industries. Usually it was established where for the trading people for making trading from one country to another before the banking channels were established. So now looking into a few of the methodological or the questions is what are the key differences between the method models? The model that I shared on the previous slide, such as Hawala or Hundi, what are the differences on these models? Which mechanisms are the derivatives to the others or of the others? Methodology graph for Hawala is described in this slide as Hawala agent being on the middle circle over here and having their business clients on the other side. So, for example, if an Hawala agent in country or location one has their business clients 1, 2, 3, and those 1, 2, 3 clients needs to send their proceeds from location 1 to a location 2, or from a country A to country B. So what happens is the Hawala agent who wishes to remit the funds from locality 1 to B, a financial intermediary, they have their own network and resources. So an Hawala agent will have their one intermediary on the one location or one country, and having another agent or on the country where the beneficiary resides from one country to another. So usually in this mechanism, the funds itself don't flow from one country to another. It is morely based on a intermediary. From the intermediary A will inform the intermediary B to send these proceeds of client A1 to client B1. So they have their own reconciliation systems in between. However, the proceeds are being transferred instantaneously, mostly over a phone call or an email or a message. The intermediate between A and B have a very close and a trustable relationship where they disclose how much proceeds and what is the exchange rate is going to be, and that is going to be transferred to the client B. This Hawala agent was mostly established from the Middle Eastern society, such as Afghanistan and Pakistan. This mechanism has been established way before the regulated banking industry was even formed. Going on to the next slide, which I would like to touch upon, the Hundi mechanism or the Hundi method. This was originated in India. This is very similar, or we can say derivatives of Hawala. Only the difference in the Hundi is that this is a trade-based mechanism or a trade-based model where the goods are involved as a medium of exchange, and rather than the Hawala is just a proceeds of transferring from a client 1 to a client B. The purpose can be various. It could be a commercial, or it could be or a personal transfer, whereas the Hundi is purely a trade-based model. So both terms can be interchangeable. We can debate on a few papers that we have researched. And how the Hundi model really works is when an example that we have portrayed in this slide is that when a terrorist organization wants to buy some weapon of mass destruction from a country A and wants to import it into the country B. Those kinds of proceeds are being regulated. Those kinds of proceeds has been requested to an unregulated banking channel of an Hundi agent from country A intermediary to a country B. The funds been transferred, or the funds that has been relayed from the country A to a country B is actually over the same method, a phone call, a email, or a text message. The funds itself don't flow in this mechanism. It's only the intermediaries connection or their account in between that does the debit or credit, and they settle their accounts not on the transaction base, but as transferred or has been portrayed on their trust basis. And the goods get transferred from location on B after the weapon distributor or the weapon dealer receives the proceeds of the of the goods. Second example, or the third example, is of a Padala. Padala is a door-to-door delivery service. This has been originated in India as an informal fund transfer system. This necessarily does not necessarily means that if the funds have been transferred or the funds have been originated from a criminal dedicated crime. This scheme or this facility is also utilized as a medium of a funds transfer of a legitimate or a purpose of the funds can be as much as not related or associated to money laundering. The example that we have portrayed or we have studied or researched is in the area that the funds can be transferred from one location to another with having no connection to money laundering. In this example, a college student who has been studying abroad and the family trying to send proceeds to his child, and where the remitter of the funds may not have an account with a banking channel and cannot send funds, or with there does not even have the understanding of how to open an account, wants to send remittance to his family abroad or to his child who's studying abroad. This kind of services are also being utilized, which is largely being utilized when in services of Padala or door-to-door. A father sending study fees to his son who's living or studying abroad to his university. And that kind of proceeds can be delivered to the student's home or the son's residence, and can also be picked up from the residence where the father has been residing without going to any agent or without going to any designated location. These kinds of services are also established on trust-based services, where the Hawala agent comes to your home for the collection of proceeds, and this likewise the Padala agent on the beneficiary side deliver the proceeds at the doorstep. This kind of Padala services that we can see also has been leveraged as a startup in on the current modern world, and that we suppose that can be covered on the following or the ongoing studies of these mechanisms of ongoing studies that can be concluded on this area. So going on to the next slide, this represents of a chop shop methodology. This is more of a Chinese origined or from China-based mechanism that is mostly operated as a front. As in a front, meaning that they have a front company posing as a money laundering business as their back-end business and portraying as a legal front, which paying taxes and have the legal license and operates in a commercial area and portraying that they are running a legal business, and on the back end they are running a chop shop which also launder illegal proceeds from one location to another. So in this example that we can see is a chop shop agent or a chop shop office that has been regulated, that has been established as a dry cleaning front. Well, how this works is for a customer that comes into the dry cleaning shop, posing that he is a viable customer of this dry cleaning shop, gives in their clothes for cleaning, and as well as pays him some X amount of proceeds, and requests the chop shop agent to send the proceeds of sends the proceed from one location to another. The proceeds or the beneficiary has also been instructed to the chop shop agent. So how it works is the agent that delivers funds from one location to another reports the cleaning bills as taxable income, and then launders the proceeds from one location to another. This is an example of an underground banking model, and mostly has been established as a Chinese unethical background, and we can see that these has been ongoing founding from the financial regulatory perspective, and how these proceeds gets transferred from one location to another without having deducted from the regulatory prospects. Going on to the next model, this is called a chitty banking, which is also originated in India, a method for fraud for avoiding money laundering schemes. This per se is, we can say on the money laundering side, is a pure example of layering. I'm not sure if many people understand how layering works. Layering is a commingling of proceeds of predicated crime as well as the white money. This method usually functions based on an investment fund, where investment fund is a commingle of investors of A, B, and C. In this example, where we can see the investor one or investor A in this example is a legitimate customer having the proceeds not associated to any
Saddam, sorry, time is over. Can you please hurry up a little bit?
Oh, yes, of course. So,
Yeah, I didn't have the courage to say that, but yes, thank you, Basil.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
So, all right. So in this proceed, in this scheme, the proceeds are not all of them are from a predicated crime. It's a commingling of white and black money, which the fund manager then uses the financial institutions for underreporting and above the line reporting. So going on to the next slide, this concludes my analysis. As a result, we can see the various mechanisms that I shared in my findings is that Hawala has the derivatives of Hundi and Pandala and the chop shop and chitty banking. And the key principles in the mechanisms and the functions are the motives. The Hawala usually works as an intermediary of networks and chop shops established and avoid for detection of money laundering by portraying a front business. And chitty banking is a layering process that caters to the money laundering world, which has access to the funds by bribing the employee of the fund manager. And the research that this paper represents is an early finding of an ongoing study. Time is up, apologies is up, but I do have later or now we can open for Q&A, and then we have our contact details. You can either ask us now or you can send us an email later, and we thank you for your time for giving it to us. With this, I would like to conclude our slides. And back to you.
Very much, Saddam. Shukran jazilan. Also, and I try to be Arabic and Japanese here both for your favor. And yes, we directly move on for all our sakes to Bruno Choric from the University of Split, Faculty of Economics in Croatia, Recovery from Economic Disasters. Bruno, the show is all yours.
Thank you very much. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, yes.
Just sorry. I want to share a screen. What is going on? So, do you see these slides? Recovery from economic disasters.
Yes, we can see.
Okay, let's start. I will be quick. So, this is titled Recovery from Economic Disasters. First, what are economic disasters? Economic disasters are the term introduced by Barrow in 2006, 2008, just before the recent global financial crisis. And actually mean a large, huge economic crisis. How large? It should be, they put some borderline at 10% of cumulative decline in output or consumption over 1 or more years. So these are really significant economic crises, such as Great Depression, financial crisis, sovereign defaults, revolutions, wartime, recent COVID, etc. So, what was the main point? The main point was actually connection between financial markets and macroeconomics, and the issue that many financial puzzles appears in this relationship. Financial puzzles mean in the sense that market value on financial markets, different market values on financial markets, do not follow economic fundamentals. And probably the most famous is equity premium puzzle from Era and Prescott, and actually Barra started from it. And this equity premium puzzle actually says that there is unproportionally high difference in the yield between average return on stocks over government short-term debt. And this difference in return is too high to be explained by macroeconomic fundamentals. Immediately after they published this paper, only a few years after, actually, this paper suggests that this large equity premiums can actually be explained by including infrequent but extremely large drops in consumption or out. And actually, Barrow in 2006 built on this argument and provided and analyzed from the historical perspective. What he actually done was that he collected historical data for output first and then after for consumption, and show that the frequency of this large economic disaster is sufficiently high over the 20th century to make Barrow rights and suggestion and model economically plausible. And then huge literature developed, especially in recent time. You can imagine because that after recent global financial crisis and COVID crisis, this topic became popular. So huge literature actually emerged considering different type of financial puzzles and ability of infrequent but huge drops in output, so-called economic disasters, to explain these financial puzzles. This paper is going in somewhat different direction. Why? Because this literature originally followed Barrow's main contribution, and Barrow collected data for historical data for 42 countries over 200 years, and calculate frequency of economic disasters. But he explicitly assumed that the effect of these disasters are permanent. So, if effects are permanent, then actually effect on financial markets can be much larger than if this is just, let's say, normal business cycle behavior in which output return fastly to previous trend. So that was my research question, to ask how fast actually output economies recover after these huge shocks. And I used two data sets to address this issue. First one is Barrow's data set that includes 180 economic disasters in 38 countries, in which he actually have data for 42 countries. I use 38, in which time series is continuous. And the second data set, which is my own, and which actually include 204 disasters in 182 countries after World War II. So, what was my empirical methodology? I actually estimate empirical output model using the local projection method. Before that, I also test for unit root. What is logic in general? In general, logic is okay. If you are constructing empirical long-run output growth model, then you have to assume some data generating process and assume that the output behave in a certain way. You have to test basically for unit root to see whether output is trans-stationary or different stationary. So I done first this, but then the question was, okay, if I'm interested in recovery of output after huge economic disasters, that are rare events, that are not normal crises, and that are events that actually are in the tail of distribution. So instead of using standard output unit root analysis, I actually done this equation, which is actually quantity unit root analysis, and then I was interested what is happening in the lower part of distribution, output distribution, 5 and 10%. So these are results from this quantity unit root regression, and I was interested in these coefficients here, 0.05, 0.10. And as you can see, this is for OECD countries. These stars mean 5% level of significance, and this is for non-OECD countries. This is also mean 5% of significance. And in almost all cases, quantity unit root suggest that effects of these large economic disasters are permanent. It would be possible to stop here, but this, according to my opinion, of course, these results would not be particularly robust, because quantity unit root regression is improvement compared to normal unit root test, but still, as well known, the power of the unit root test are generally very low. So basically, the question was how robust are these results. And to assess how robust are these results, we go further to investigate and use a local projection method to do that. Basically, what we were doing, we were estimating impulse response function of output to average economic disaster. To do that, we construct output model, infer differences, log differences. So this is output in period A, this is output in previous period. These are logarithm of output, so this is growth rate. We estimate output as in growth rates. This is lagged growth rate, and this is variable for economic disaster. This variable is constructed as dummy equal to 1 in the first year when economic disaster in particular country happened, and 0 otherwise. So instead instead of using the classic way of calculating impulse response function in recursive, if I'm not pronouncing well, sorry, recursive way of computing impulse response function, we use relatively recent Jorda's local projection method. What that method do is that this method actually transforms this equation into forward-looking set of regressions. So basically, sorry, I forget one thing. Since economic disasters are rare effects, it's useful to use for two reasons. It's useful to use historical data. Because in short span of data, in a number of countries, the economic disaster will just actually not exist. So I use historical data. Another good point with using historical data for 200 years, etc., is that you can estimate the span of estimation or forecasting can be very long, because you have a lot of time series observation. So this forecast period in our case was 60 years. And for each of these 60 years, I estimate one equation, of course, not manually started that automatically, and estimate how economic disaster, which happened in some years T, affect cumulative growth of output in next year, in 2 years in advance, 3 years in advance, up to 60 years in advance. Point is that this local projection method is much more robust to a misspecification of the model, which is always obviously possible. And these are results. So these are 60 results of 60 equations for different data samples. And these coefficients here show the effect on of economic disaster in period 0 on the cumulative output growth. This looks complicated, but actually this is graph. And this graph is actually main point of the paper. This graph shows that we can understand it in cumulative output growth, but we can also understand it in levels of output. This graph shows when typical economic disaster, this is average effect, when typical economic disaster begins, output in first 4 years declined for 26%. And then very gradually and very slowly, these losses are recovered. So after 20 years after typical economic disaster starts, output loss is still 20%. So we can understand this in two ways. Cumulative growth is 20% lower than it would be without economic disaster. Or we can understand is level of output is 20% lower than it would be without disaster. Why this is done this way? So output effect is statistically significant even 53 years after the economic disaster. Only 60 years after economic disasters, this effect vanishes. And it shows us two things, that we cannot trust in very much in the first set of results, which suggest that output effect is permanent. Obviously, if you take very long term perspective, output will return toward trend, but this return is extremely slow. And this suggests that long-run effects of economic disasters on a macroeconomic level are very important. I wanted to say something else, but this just slipped in my mind. Just in conference, sorry, I did not lock my door. This is something which I done usually, but now I tested these results in number of ways. For example, I decided to divide countries, OECD countries and non-OECD countries. And for these graphs, you can see that effect in both countries is large, it's huge, but that OECD countries, as can be expected, return quicker. But still, we are talking about very long-term periods of 50 years or so. Also, the question in the first version of the paper, question was, okay, but these are historical data. And something happened 200 years ago. Structure of economy, it's completely different now. Whatever economy we want to consider. economic policy, way of conduct economic policy is completely different now than 60, 70 years ago. So it is possible that this economic disaster had a huge effect in the past, but not so important effect today when policymaker can react quickly and turn back economy toward the trend. So then I use my data which are built on the 10 world table data after World War II and test what is happening there. And actually, what is happening after Second World War is this. Time horizon is shorter because data are, samples are shorter, but we can see that actually nothing particularly different is happening after World War II. One point is important. This picture should be compared with this one. Why? Because this is the second question which I'm doing on it now with my colleague, and that is empirical regularity, that economic disasters, huge economic crisis in which cumulative GDP go down by at least 10% or more, actually almost disappear from the OECD countries after World War II. There are just few examples. Greece, in the last financial crisis, I cannot remember this, Iceland. So relatively small countries, but in the non-OECD developing countries, they are still relatively very frequent. When I say relatively frequent, what is relatively frequent economic disaster is probability of 2% on the global, and probability of the 2% is actually on average one economic disaster each 50 years. And why that is still macroeconomically important? Because if the effect is on output is statistically significant even after 50 years, that actually this and effect is huge, then this has large impact. So this was first version of the paper, and then recently I done just see some more robustness tests. Screen again. Where I done some other things. For example, it was a question of endogeneity. So I used two methods, standard Arellano bond GMM estimator, and I used relatively recent developed label estimator. And to a certain extent, I can say that endogeneity, after we control for endogeneity, effect is preserved. Also, I include control variables, different control variables, and effect is still preserved.
It's okay, Bruno. It's okay, Bruno. I think we got the picture, and we had already a bit over time for you, which is okay.
Basically. These are just number of robustness tests.
Thank you so much. I'm sure we will be starting there with our questions in the robust test further research development potential. So thank you so much indeed. Much appreciated, Bruno. And that lets us lead into financial inclusions and entrepreneurship, micro-level evidence from Africa by Zakaria El Aourti from the Shadi Ayat University in Morocco. Hopefully I pronounced that rather well. And I will also give you a benefit of a better connection. I am now in the parking lot. I will be in the office.
I think Zakaria is not here now.
Sorry. Yeah. That is the one who was missing. No problem. That gives us more time in the end. So Mihaela Ifri, Maria Lazorec, and Carmen Pintilescu from the Alexandru Ioan Cuza University of Iași in Romania, well, I'm getting that rather well, will be giving us an assessment of the economic resilience in Central and Eastern EU countries in a multi-dimensional approach. So who of the Mihaela, Maria, and Carmen ladies will give us the honor of their voice and face?
Okay. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, it's okay. Hello. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to present this paper, the results of our research, first step in our research. My name is Carmen Pintilescu, and with my colleagues, we are academic teachers in Alexandru Ioan Cuza University of Iași, Romania. Iași is known as the cultural capital of Romania and is situated for about 30 kilometers from the Republic of Moldavia. So we are in the eastern part of Romania. So in this paper is related in some way with the paper of our colleague from Croatia. We intend to assess the economic resilience in Central and Eastern EU countries, and we applied a multidimensional approach. The importance of the theme was emphasized even by the previous presenters. In the last decade, we now knew more changes due to different shocks, economic disaster, natural disasters, economic crisis, or political changes. And our team is related to the resilience, the topic that I will explain later. In this paper, after a short introduction, I will present the indicators which assess the economic resilience, the data and methodology, and the results of our empirical study. The idea of resilience refers to the ability of a system to recover and stabilize from a shock. The economic resilience has become one of the most popular topics after the last crisis from 2008. In the public speeches, the policy makers emphasized that the proposed measures to recover the economy are in the spirit of building resilience. Resilience, the key aspects of this topic, the resilience, are the resistance, the recovery, reorientation, and renewal. Concerning the resistance, a country is considered resistance to an economic shock if the GDP growth rate or employment remains positive during the period of the shock. Concerning the recovery, we say that the countries are considered recovered if they succeed to register the level before the shock occurrence. Economic resilience is assessed in the literature by economic growth and labor market aspects. In our study for economic growth, we used the real GDP growth rate, and for the labor markets, we used the employment rate. We apply a multidimensional approach by applying on the first step the principal component analysis in order to select the most important factors, drivers, which explain the resilience. And on the second step, we used, in fact, these factors extracted by applying the principal component analysis. So we use these factors in a principal component regression by introducing the dependent variables, the two indicators which assess the economic resilience. The independent variables or the factor of influence are measured by means of 21 statistical variables which are grouped into three dimensions. The economic one, you see here the indicators from the economic dimension. The social dimension, we have here the indicators that we took into account. And the third dimension taken into account is the institutional one, and the variables which describe this dimension are presented here. As I already told, the dependent variables are the real GDP growth rate and employment rate, indicators which, I repeat, assess the economic resilience. In our sample, we took 11 countries from this part of Europe, and the time period is from 2000 to 2019. The source of the data are the official one, World Bank, IMF, and so on. Just few words about the methodology. As I already mentioned, the principal component analysis was first applied in order to select the most important factors that has an influence on regional resilience. This selection of factors was made according to the percent of the variance explained, which are statistically significant. So, as I already said, the socioeconomic variables are dominant for most countries in the first factors, and they are in a negative relationship with employment rate, for example, in Czech Republic and Romania. We can explain by this result by means of a more rigid structure of the workforce demand and its slower adaptation to the challenges improved by the participation to the international trade flows. As conclusion for our empirical study, we can mention the fact that most countries prove to be resilient either in both economic output and employment, or in one of these. From our study, only 2 countries appear to have not recovered in the GDP growth rate and employment rate, Estonia and Latvia. The social, economic, and institutional structure specific to each country generates distinct responses in terms of resilience, and we consider that the strengthening of the institutional dimension represents an important outlook, while education is a significant factor to counteract or absorb external shocks. This is the bibliography of our paper, and I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Carmen, for your presentation. Any question?
Excuse me, I have a question.
Yeah.
If you don't mind. Professor Pintelescu, thank you very much for your interesting presentation. I was wondering what you feel about the expectation of resilience against damage to economies caused by COVID-19.
We intend to do it. We didn't make it because we don't have enough data, for instance, but of course that it will be a theme for our next research, future research. Thank you for your suggestions.
I was just wondering because some countries like Japan have already shown a bounce back against COVID-19. They have shown that they are actually recovering quite fast against the damage caused by the pandemic. I was wondering what the situation is like in Romania.
We will do it. Generally, even in our study, we noticed that these countries like Romania, like Bulgaria, recovered more quick than the developed country. We compare the results of our study with the results of previous authors, and we observed this. The decrease were, of course, very important, but also the recovery from from this shock.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Next presenter, Alisher Raimov and Iqbalyan Kasımov. Are they here? No. Okay, Konrad.
Yes.
I saw you. Yes.
Just arrived back, and I introduce you to my third location of the day. This. There we go, with plants and everything.
Finally.
RSEP, but they can only do it so fast. Yeah, Carmen, for your presentation. I got on the way. One thing I had to just talk for a minute there. And that was all quite nice. I hope that people will find it as nice as I did find it and shower you with appropriate questions afterwards. The inappropriate ones I will take for you, no worries. Good, so we said the next one, Alisher and Raimov or Iqbalyan are not there, Kasımov. If that is true, then we have one presentation left and all the more discussion time, no problem. So Mariana Pavlova-Banova or Dimitar Kostov or Evgeny Ochinikov. You can interrupt me.
Actually, it's going to be me, Alexandrina Alexandrova.
Well, the most beautiful name is giving the presentation.
Thank you.
Why not?
Thank you. Thank you.
Then
okay.
Feel free.
I'm going to present our paper. So, give me just a second to share my screen. Oops. Host disabled participant screen sharing. Okay, right now I believe I will be able to share it. That's great. So, first of all, nice to meet you all. My name is Alexandrina Alexandrova. I am an assistant professor at Zenov Academy of Economics, Svistop. Our university is in Bulgaria, and our city is situated on the coast of the Danube River. I will present you a paper of an author's team. Who are we? Our team is represented by Mariana Pavlova-Bunova, Dimitar Kostov, Evgeny Ovchinnikov, Tsvetan Pavlov, me, and Mariela Stoyanova. We are a team of junior scientists involved in the implementation of a research project, Convergence or Divergence in the EU, assessment of integrated territorial investment in European regional development policy. Our project is funded by the National Science Fund and the Ministry of Education in Bulgaria. If you want to, you can follow the link and to get some more information regarding the project. The table of contents of our paper, we have introduction, literature review, research methodology, the role of decentralization in the process of achieving convergence between regions, analysis of susceptibility to shocks of financial integration, and conclusion. What's the problem that we investigated? The regional integration helps countries to overcome differences that hinder the free movement of flows of goods, services, and capital, of course, including human capital. These differences are an obstacle to economic growth, especially in the European Union. The European Union is adopting a new regional approach to achieve unleashing the indigenous potential of different territories and sustainable development. It's based on the idea of changing the attitude from framing interventions according to administrative boundaries to identifying common challenges to overcome. The dynamic situation in which the socio-economic system operates related to post-COVID-19 conditions requires new reading and adaptation at all levels. In this context, an in-depth analysis of the susceptibility to market shocks and clarification of the role of decentralization in financial and administrative aspect is needed with a view to achieving convergence between regions. Actually, that's our topic, and that's what our research is focused on. I'll give you some look on the literature review because we made an in-depth research of the economic literature focused on the aspects of financial integration in the context of regional development policy. Our team investigated more than 100 scientific publications in the scientific area of financial integration, regional development, fiscal decentralization, convergence process, and fiscal integration. So our literature review refers to 61 research papers on the topic, as you can see in the published paper probably in 1 month. Let's see about our research methodology. Since we are at the beginning of our project, our research methodology is more focused on the theoretical part and the theoretical investigation. So our research methodology is based on a standard scientific approach using theoretical methods of the type mental action and operation. Based on abstract thoughts, models, and concepts, new knowledge has been formed regarding the role of financial integration and decentralization for ongoing processes, as well as the impact they have on regional cohesion. We used methods as abstraction, concentration, problem statement, and hypothesis generation. During the first stage of scientific study, scientific information was collected and fundamental concepts related to the challenges to regional development and financial integration in the European Union, and in particular in Bulgaria, because of course we are Bulgarian, we studied. So the second stage is to conduct a critical analysis of the studied scientific views using methods such as deduction, induction, content, comparative, and GAP analysis. So I think I'll skip the next part and I'll go directly to the conclusions because we all know that the time is really valuable and we need to fix in the 15 minutes. So let's see our conclusions and what we achieved during our research and what we concluded. So in the context of the ongoing convergence process within the European Union, fiscal decentralization is identified as an essential tool for strengthening convergence between local governments and subsequently between regions, which takes on different dimensions for individual member states of the European Union. The study found that the formation of convergent groups contributes much more to the process of implementing a new integrated regional approach to governance and achieving financial integration than the pursuit of balancing the European average indicators. In practice, the two processes are complementary and dependent, and in the conditions of this duality, the connection between financial integration and external and internal macroeconomic shocks is manifested. In the process of implementation of a new integrated regional approach to governance decentralization in the public sector has a key importance. In Bulgaria, this process has been developing for several years and faces a number of challenges, some of which are related to the poor developed planning practice, the vaguely defined responsibilities, including coordination and subordination relations, the insufficient administrative and institutional capacity, and the difficult processes. Next one. The analysis of vulnerability to shocks, preliminary, current, and ex-post analysis is another important aspect of the ongoing process of financial integration and regional convergence within the European Union. So this commitment is a subject of serious discussions with mixed conclusions. In some cases, the high degree of financial integration achieved leads to easier spreads of shocks and greater sensitivity to global financial, health, and other crises, while in the other circumstances, the presence of shocks is considered in a positive light, such as the introduction of the euro in the selected countries that catalyzes financial integration within the eurozone. And the last one, considering the fact that the high dynamic risk connectedness implies that countries affect each other equally and are integrated to establish causal links, methods, and approaches for measuring financial integration, need to be specified that whether they are price-based and quantity-based, which also is the reason for deriving some specific results. In addition, we clarify that the process of financial integration can be considered from a third party, through the prism of the historical evolution of the European Union regulatory framework, where the commitment with the implementation and application of new integrated regional approach to governance in Bulgaria problems is especially strong. So thank you for your attention. And if you have some questions, where the whole team is here, so all of us could answer, because as I said, that's common paper and each of us was focused on a part of the paper. So depending the question, we'll see who will answer it.
Yeah, well, thank you so much, Alexandra. And actually, all of your co-presenters have still a few minutes that they can talk. You were very generous. You had the most time from all the presenters, and you used least. So yes, honestly, all of your presenters have a few minutes that they can add if they want. So we are having plenty of time.
Okay.
Dimitar, Yevgeny, Svetan, Mariana, Mariela, can all of them say a sentence or more? But if for some reason not, they can reserve their energy for the question and answer session, which we can now begin and really can take our time in that as well, fortunately. So while your chair was...
Konrad,
yes.
Konrad, if you
Yes.
are ready and Patricia is ready, we can start a keynote session.
Already?
Because
sure?
I know you have a lecture 1 hour later.
I do. I just need to go to a classroom because there are colleagues sitting next door and I didn't want to disturb them. I can give everyone 5 minutes for question and answers while I'm just transferring to the fourth location of the day, as I promised.
Okay.
And I will be in the classroom next door.
Then
I can talk freely there.
we can start at on time, 1:30.
Okay. Anyway, we can start in 5 minutes when I'm in the other room, or at 2:30, or for your which one do the participants prefer? Do they maybe need a bit of a break, 25 minutes, to get themselves ready for keynotes?
It is better, I think.
I think
We can meet at 1:30. Sorry, 11:30.
Yeah, 11:30 for you. Want people to be refreshed and relaxed when they listen to Patricia. For me, and will just warm up for Patricia, that's fine. Have a bit of coffee, have a bit of a lunch, depending on your time zone, and see you back in 25 minutes. Fantastic.
It's the same Zoom link, right?
So much.
Pardon?
But still, if anyone has a burning question, they can still ask it.
So can I just confirm that it is the same link?
Yes. We don't close the screen. Don't close. Yes.
Correct. Excellent. Well, then, thank you so much for the enthusiastic participants in this session and for your energy. And I read all your presentation. And I will continue to enjoy the later time permitting. Our commitments on me. I was really glad to be with you today. So thank you so much, Alexandra, Kurz, Carmen, Bruno, Mena. Really enjoyed all of you. The team. Thank you so much indeed.
Thank you.
And until in a few minutes.
Yere düşen buydu.
Sen benim gibi sandın.
Evet. Ara vermişler ya. Çay kahve koy da gelin. All this hangisi. Ha. Var bir 15-20 öğrenci var mı? Benim bardağım neredeydi lan?
O ailesinin şeyi kral. Ha. Makinede olacak kadar şey geçmiş. Yıldızlar bir şey. Tekrar. Yok, kendim görmeye gittim. Ya, aşma ağrısızlığı geliyor. Ne alakası var? Bunu sürekli bozmuyor. Bunun karşısında sürekli işi çalışmıyor. Bir şu Avrasya kitaplarını yazayım dedim. Belki kalmam. Ya o Annotatations'lar orada çok hızlı yazarım da Türkçe bölüm. Oradan Annotate'le onlarla birleşti Türkçe işte tamam. 5 dakikalık işim var. Çünkü konuya hakimim abi. Valla 5 dakikalık işim var. Bence 5 yok. Şöyle bir şey tezini yazdığım için bütün bu... Yok abi. Valla söyleyeceğim ben. Ben o yüzden 5 çok yani. Ama işte 35 var ya. Ya bu kadar da şey yapsın ya.
stagnasyonu güzel açıkların ve sıralama yapmış. Onun mesela gelişmekte olan ülke versiyonu yapılabilir. YouTube'a kayıt açtım mesela, şu an canlı açık bakabilirsiniz. Ama 1.30'da başlayacak bir sonraki. Hocaya izin aldım. Orada dursun diye. Yemeğe gittim, yemekten bile kendi tabletimi götürdüm. Tablet YouTube'dan baktım yani, anladın mı? OBS Studio diye bir şey var. Oradan broadcast yapabiliyorsun, stream yapabiliyorsun. Stream açtım. İşte öyle. Sen ne yapıyorsun başka? Oturum şey ya, Business, Economics and Finance. Finansla ilgili çok güzel bir şey vardı ama yani çok ilgimi çekmedi. Finansal aslında senin ilgini çekebilir. Şu an canlı yayındaydı. Geri gidersem yayında Ahmet bilmem ne diye Türk biri senin tezine ilişkin bir şeyler sunmuş, anlatmış olabilir. Aslında oraya baksan işine yarayabilecek şeyler bulabiliriz. Ben evde de gösteririm nasıl bulamazsam. Üstün Dökme'nin iletişim çatışmaları ve empati kitabı var. Ben buna bayılırım. Annem almıştı ve okumuştum. Burada kütüphanede buldum ben şimdi. Çok güzel. Okumanı tavsiye ederim. Yapma ya. Daha iyi. İyi. Oğlum ya. Aşkım. Sara Hoca böbrek taşı düşürüyormuş, dersini iptal etti. Biliyorum ya. Aşkım benim, o çok tatlı ya. Çok seviyorum oğlum. Hayatım sen. Evet ya, biraz daha farkındalık, mindfulness dediğimiz şey o işte. Zamanını dolu dolu yaşama. Yani böyle örüntülü yaşayamamak yerine o anı %100 onunla geçiyor. Öyle yapmamız lazım. Mesela dışarı çıkmak istedi bir yer aslında, doğaya. Hemen çıkmalıydık, yapmadık mesela. Ya biraz daha bu işi dozajını arttırmamız lazım. Yani yine dört dörtlük olmayacak ama hayal ettiğimiz gibi yine olmayacak büyük ihtimal. Bunun için hüsrana, hezeyana uğrama. Ama biraz daha yakınsayalım hayalimizdeki iş dağılımı ve stresi. 24 demişti. 24 ne zaman? Olan bu. Ne demişti? 28 mi demişti? 28 demişti. Hayatım 24'ü bugün Perşembe, 25 Cuma. Yani herhalde öyle. Evimizde şarap var, onu saklamamız lazım. Yani bir şey demez babam da anneme göre. Tamam, hadi öptüm seni, seviyorum.
Hi.
Patricia.
Hi, hello. Oh my gosh, I'm really, when I saw today news, I was really frightened. When I observed exchange rate, I am also frightened.
Okay.
So, you know what I mean. It's Ukraine.
Yeah.
Poland. It looks like that on the border with Russia and with Ukraine, we have got a lot of Polish army and NATO army and so on. My brother, when he was going on a Missouri lake a week ago, he observed 52 tanks that are going on the border, during one day, one journey. So it was bad, because if something will happen more in Ukraine, Poland will be the next one. So all NATO forces are on the border, are starting big. So it isn't look good.
Well, Patricia, what can you do?
Yeah, and the economy, we've got COVID-19 at first. Next, we've got the war. I hope it won't be a war on the whole Ukraine and more on the third war. all wars or world wars were in Poland. Yes, so all Polish people are really, really frightened. Yeah.
Understandable.
Yeah.
Well, that is maybe where my presentation today is doing a bit of different from the usual. I'm just going to give us a bit of soothing pats on the back, all of us who are organizing and participating in these events. Patricia, you can then bring them back to a hard reality of exchange rates, conflicts, political influences on economic relations, macroeconomic implications of security arrangements, and so on and so on. Yeah, I leave the rest of the day for you to scare them and to make
I don't want to scare anyone. It's enough that I'm scared.
So for me, I think I will just do the soothing and embracing remarks that will lead us into 2022, and from here today in Vienna, next time up to France, and hopefully by that time we will all be reunited. But yes, it is.
Now we can start with Konrad, first keynote speaker.
Well, thank you very much. First, and then later joined by Patricia, the main keynote event.
Oh my gosh, no. I today only say some words about sector and energy sector, yeah. And
it will be appropriate, Patricia. So let me do the warm-up for you. I'm the pre-group, you're the main group later on stage. So yes, friends of RSEP, new joiners, first-time participants, senior and long-standing participants. My name is Dr. Konrad Kunesh. I am now in the, Patricia, you missed this before, I was in 3 different locations. I was at home, then on the road, then in my office, and now I'm in the classroom. Each time I've shown that, prove that
oh my gosh.
really there. So 4 locations during only the first session of a conference, over 100 kilometers space, because I live a bit far away from university, the commute is considerable. So that is probably indicative of my topic, the rather full-mouthed 24 RSEP symposia, with today in 6 years, roughly speaking, since 2016, more or less, when we started this in Prague, I think. And more or less 12 countries, so I love the multiplicators of 6 in these countings around the world. And it is supposed to be an international and interdisciplinary instantly short of appreciation in rather breathless times. Well, Patricia already mentioned Corona. The mask is the thing that I have to wear here where I am now. Always, as soon as I'm stepping out of the room, we are all more than aware of that. So what else is new? Well, this mostly for those who are joining us for the first time and are thinking of whether they should rejoin us in the future. We have been, and I just like to remind myself of that, in Barcelona, Madrid, Rome, Vienna, Prague, Istanbul, Phuket in Thailand, in case somebody needs reference, and shows my memory might overlap several other places. Have we also been in Bucharest, Romania already, based or not yet? It was a very similar conference that I attended there, not yet. Good. Well, Poland should be definitely next on the list. I had once the honor of attending a conference with Patricia. So we are expanding, and as we can
next Paris.
Exactly.
Paris. Okay, so the next one will be Poland.
next one, Paris, but face to face, certainly this time.
Oh, great.
See, so we are expanding on all levels, and yes, there's a great opportunity to already invite you to the 25th, the Jubilee Conference, 16th, 17th of June in Paris. Let's hope that Veysel is fully right and it will be fully face-to-face. So this technological help, but rather sorry state of online will be remedied by them. But anyway, we have all met the ones who are with the organization for a long time face-to-face and then had to switch online. Many of you who are just now joining, I've seen it in the first session, are those who only know us online. So I want to strongly remind you that like everything else in life, we were also born and bred before the pandemic, but we had probably most of our participants during the pandemic simply because it was so easy to join. So please feel to join us. As this is a celebration of not just internationality, but also interdisciplinarity, also what those who are freshly joining us are surely not aware of, I'm not even sure whether those who are with us are aware of, is that our conference has undergone quite some mutation in names as well. Well, today we are united at the International Conference on Economics, Finance and Business. And where is the specialization of most of us and the focus of our next keynote, which will take us firmly back to our main strength area. But of course, just in case some of us forgot, we started out in Prague in 2016 with a multidisciplinary conference first, then expanding into multidisciplinary and social sciences before we became international social sciences. And occasionally we had a double event, like on the last few ones, where we had joined the economic, finance and business with the one on education and humanities. And then just to make sure that both sides are represented, I often take it upon myself to give a keynote in this area, since with Patricia and one other esteemed and competent speaker, we have usually at least 2 keynotes, and most of you anyway are focusing on the business, finance, economics, and macro parts. So today again, it's probably the really intake of breath in international and interdisciplinary inspiration, and whatever alliteration you also like to get, that I think is worthy remembering, maybe slightly beyond our topic, that some of us, I noticed and very much appreciated that, have also presented in a breathless way, because for them it might have been the first time or they were a bit nervous, but that is exactly what we of course invite you all to do, especially as young or novice researchers. I can compare this interdisciplinarity also to...
Konrad,
yes?
We cannot see your screen.
Oh, sorry. No, that's okay. That's okay, Basil. I wanted people to see my face. I wanted them to relax from screens at the moment and only take in this relaxing instant of appreciation and warm-up in a more personal way. As of Patricia and the second session and then tomorrow's sessions, screens will be coming back and information will be showering on everyone. So, from my membership in other interdisciplinary organizations, such as, for example, the London Centre for Interdisciplinary Research, I know firsthand how hard it is to organize a really interdisciplinary event that has, in our case, a strength in finance, economics, and business, because you really need to consider so many other research directions, origins, participants, and interests. That other organization has interdisciplinary written in their name, but they are focusing from the very beginning more on the literary arts, identity, cultural studies scene, and we are combining probably what many consider as antagonistic views of academics and arts, namely economia, education, arts, academics, social sciences, politics, and all that all together. So given how young we are and how many places we have been and how many disciplines we all in general cover, I think this is a really remarkable achievement. And for the few people that are behind all of this, and by now you know them better than all of the others. So we have Gökhan Özdemir, who has the whole world behind him at the moment there. Vaisal, who is always having a close supervisory eye on all the proceedings. We had colleagues before, yes indeed, feel free to give hands there. So I donate all my contributions today to them. Without them, none of us would be here. We had some other professors from their universities who had joined us previously, but they were the only constant element here. And also one esteemed colleague was with us very often on location from Italy to Spain to other places. But those two are basically running the whole of the show. So when you compare the contrast between manpower and resources of such an organization, the university backup, which does what they can, but basically they do it probably mostly without them, or on top and beside of their other academic and administrative obligations, and set this in relation to the number of cities and countries where we have been and the vast scope of interdisciplinarity that accompanies the interdisciplinarity, then I think we have a really vast potential of inspiration here. And Gökhan's background here of the whole world lit up in central key areas is really where we seem to be heading, with Paris coming up in summer. I really hope that by then the French will have sorted out their COVID issues, and that whatever their president is calling their own citizens in whatever language, not to be disappointed and later find out that while we willing have our passports in hand, they have another wave of something coming. So fingers crossed, and inshallah, as they say around here, that this will all work out well. And it would be really great to have the Jubilee Celebration Conference in such a prestigious place of Paris, and the location that they picked. And that is yet another aspect. These specific locations that we had so far, and I'm sure even long-standing members can't all get them together. Yes, we all remember Kadir Has University in Istanbul, because that is kind of the core of the neighborhood of where they work. But we have an American college in Prague. We have hotels in other locations like in Madrid and Barcelona. We have, however, the American dependence of Washington University in Rome itself. So those were really historical and artful places. And, you know, I'm not here to, by the way, to make marketing or advertising for RSEP. I am very closely involved participant-wise, but not organization-wise. So I don't want any one of you to think I'm getting any monetary or other benefits here. No, I'm doing this fully for free out of the enthusiasm of my heart. Any one of you who wants to see some really interesting locations, well, in the Washington Center in Rome, we are actually in rooms that have artwork painted on the walls and dangling as architecture from the ceilings, so much so that in one of my presentations, I included that in the topic of the presentation, which happened to be the total artwork. So with all the backgrounds that you have, centered or at the borders of macroeconomics, I hopefully have given you today a very short, humanistic summary in the spirit of one of the branches of our conference that will inspire you greatly to follow us on our international path. Next step, Paris, and from there on, the world. Yes, Poland is on the list. I will see what I can do here in Dubai to include the Emirates while I am, and as long as I'm still here. Please, Kurz and your colleague, let us also do Tokyo, Japan. After all, it cannot be just the Fast and the Furious who do their third installment Tokyo drift there. We are also able to drift along very aim and purposefully at high speeds along some academic highways. So yes, if that has not inspired you, then I don't know what will. And if you feel, thank you very much, Dr. Conrad, for these warm words from a warm location. Can we get back to macroeconomics and finance now? No problem. I have 1 minute to spare. Another breather of appreciation. Thanks to all of you who make us happen. Thanks to Rakan and Veysel, who actually make us happen for sure. And Patricia, the floor is all yours.
Thank you. As usual, Konrad, you are a showman. Conference without you is a problem.
As long as it's in the spirit of RSEP.
I think that I love you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I love your power. Today, my conference speech will be about the energy sector. I hope that you hear me enough good, because it's something has happened with my connection, but I hope that it's okay. Do you see my
Yes.
okay, presentation? Okay, so let's start. It's a small part, a presentation that will be this topic on the conference in New York, the conference organized by Cornell Club, that are specialized in energy sector. And today I would like to show you only some main points that are important in this topic. The energy sector is a sector which is mostly reactive on the SG measures. Now, at the moment, I think that from today, it will be not only the only one, because the situation in Ukraine is the next important factor that can influence on the cost of the energy. I mean, on the energy sector, especially on the oil and gas and coal prices, because in practice, in Europe, you've got, especially in Poland, you've got two main sources from which you can take the energy. The first one is the oil and gas, and the second one is the coal. And the same situation is in the rest of European countries. And today, I would like to show you how and what was happening during last years, especially during COVID-19 crisis, with the energy sector. And something that we've got, it was a conference, COP26 meeting in December 2021, when nearly all countries said that, okay, we would like to be less CO2 emission countries. As a result, most of them, they proposed main steps, what they will do. The oil and gas subsector is a subsector that is in the middle of the whole situation, because this type of the energy will be treated as a transition energy between the coal and the renewable energy. OECD suggested that to 2040, the demand on the energy will increase on 20%. You've got here some data about this situation, about all this information. As I think you know, most of big funds like BlackRock suggested that they will reduce the investing in coal mining, and they will try to invest in green energy. In practice, it's strictly connected with some points. The first one is that it depends on in which level will be a company. Because in practice, if you compare ESG ratings, sometimes it's like that companies, for example, BP, Total, Shell, have announced a strategic transition to renewable energy, but they are not a typical kind of companies that are connected with the mentioned reduction. I mean, because it's a still very CO2 emission. They are very strong CO2 emission companies. As we compare this situation, I decided to analyze the impact of ESG measures on the energy sector's rates of return, because this sector is one of the most sensitive on the ESG measures. We've got a lot of regulations connected with it. And one of the factors that is started to to take that is started to be as very important is an E factor. In practice, it's connected with, of course, the low carbon emission policies and the investment decisions that are connected with that. If you compare sectors from the energy sector, you've got oil and gas, coal, and renewable energy and uranium subsector. The first two groups, I mean coal and oil and gas subsectors, are subsectors where you've got the biggest companies that are listed on the stock exchanges. As a result, the type of the investment is started to be very important. The next problem is connected with COVID-19 pandemic period, because during this period, there started to be observed the changes about the opinion, what we should do. And COVID-19 pandemic also brings the new view on the mentioned topic. And in practice, it's like that each sector has a specific risk and react completely different on this situation. As a result, the aim of the paper is to analyze the impact of the ESG measures on the energy sector rates of return. I put a hypothesis that is the ESG measures have got a significant impact on the energy sector rates of return, especially during the COVID-19 crisis. I divided the whole sample, some samples. The first division is strictly connected with the type of the subsector. And to the analysis, I took all companies that are listed on the stock exchanges from all over the world. That data are available for years 2010, 2021. I took data from Thomson Reuters database, now Refinitiv. To the analysis were taken 2,800 companies. And ESG measures that are presented by Refinitiv. Why this one? Because they are mostly taken by the managers that are responsible on the investment decisions. The sector has been divided into subsamples according to the type of the sector, the moment of COVID-19 crisis, the size of the company, and political and level of the economic divisions. Here you've got the description of the ESG measures that are presented by Thomson Reuters database. So we've got ESG combined score, ESG score, environmental pillar score, social pillar score, corporate governance pillar score, and ESG controversy score. The last one is responsible for the information which is given to the public yeah. And usually it's connected with events reflected in global media. I mean, environmental pillar score is connected with all the situations connected with air, land, water, and so on. Social pillar score, of course, is connected with the associated customers, and corporate governance pillar score is connected with, of course, systems and processes ensured that its board members and executives act. I also took to the analysis variables connected with profitability, earning power, liquidity, leverage, and operating. To the analysis, I took dynamic panel data models because, as you know, mostly information about the condition of the company are presented with lags. Yeah? And what kind of findings I recite? Of course, it's a small part of the analysis. The first one, the ESG score. And on the ESG score are sensitive rates of return given presented by subsectors like oil and gas and uranium. In both cases, the increase of the SG scores causes the higher rates of return, and the strongest effect is observed, of course, for uranium subsector. If we compare the situation in the sample of large and small companies, the significant impact is noticed only for small companies, especially for oil and gas subsector. The bigger entities are completely insensitive on the mentioned variable. The next E factor, measured by environmental pillar score, is insignificant for the changes of the rates of return on the stock prices in the whole sample, like in the smaller and bigger companies samples. S factor has got the positive significance for the oil and gas and uranium subsectors, and negative for the renewable energy. This situation is strictly connected with the previous information presented by other researchers, and the analysis of this factor prepared for the large entities suggests that the strong significant reaction has been noticed for the uranium subsector. Companies from the mentioned sectors are also usually bigger and more stable. G factor does not influence on the rates of return on the stock prices for the whole sample, like in the subsamples according to the size of the company. So it's unimportant completely. The research findings suggest that companies must be high cost connected with implementation of the SG policies, and bigger companies, because most of the regulations are significant and they are presented few years ago, so they made it earlier. As a result, the investor sees the possibility to receive higher profits only in the group of the smaller entities. The smaller entities will be obliged to implement the SG laws, and the bigger one made it also earlier. In some opinions also, SG policies are treated as a marketing treatment. So managers can use it to distract from inappropriate company behavior or accounting inaccuracies. The mentioned difference between smaller and bigger companies can be also connected with the type of the investors, of course. And this situation has been noticed because the significant impact from the mentioned group of SG factors are observed especially for private companies. The governance companies are not receive the mentioned results. The significant impact from the mentioned group of SG measures have got only S factors. Both E and G factors are important. So it suggests that in the case of the bigger entities, the social and environmental factors are not taken by financial institutions to analyze, to verify the potential value of the company. The insignificance or reduction, the significance of G factors has been noticed for years. It isn't nothing new, because in practice, if we analyze current studies about this situation, not in the energy sector because it's something new, but I mean about other sectors, you can observe that the most significant factors are E and S factors. So it's connected with that. The research results also present, as you know, the differences between subsectors and also the size of the company. Investors that have got the socially responsible investments are less sensitive on the rates of return than traditional one. As an effect, the stock prices are more stable, and it is noticed the lower liquidity and volatility of the mentioned stocks. If we take into consideration the stakeholders' concentration, we can observe that in the case of the coal subsector, is not noticed the significant reaction of the SG measures on the rates of return on stock prices. The significant reaction of the SG measures, especially on the S factor, is noticed for the oil and gas subsector in the case of the low stockholders concentration. And the renewable energy subsectors stock prices are insensitive on the SG measures, both in the case of the concentrated and unconcentrated shareholding. The uranium subsector reacts on the E and S factor changes, but only in the sample of the low stakeholders concentration. As a result, only two subsectors react on the SG factors changes, oil and gas and uranium subsector. The significant reaction is noticed in the case of the diversified stakeholders. Companies that have got high concentrated stakeholding are insensitive on the SG measures. As I said, the significant impact of the SG measures is noticed in the case of the private sector. If you take the analysis, the stock prices of the companies where one of the biggest 5 investors is government, are insensitive, or are observed the insensitive, the SG measures impact. As a result, only private sectors, investors, when they are taking to the investment decision the mentioned kind of factors. If we compare the situation before and during the COVID-19 crisis, we received the information that during the crisis, the COVID-19 crisis, the mentioned factors are not as important as we thought. Because it's connected with that in most opinion, the ESG investments during the crisis are treated as a waste of money. So if you want to receive a higher investment rates, you should to invest as a company on the ESG policies during the boom. Because if you have got the problem connected with crisis, you should put your cash into other problems that you have got. So if you would like to have got any, because it's only a small part of my analysis, if you have got any questions, I put you my email. I can send you my full text, so I think it will be easier to analyze. And because I presented here only some most important results, it will be an easier. Of course, if you would like to write, please, I try to answer on everything. So thank you very much. Thank you for your attention. It was really
nice. Thank you so much, Patricia. Thank you so much. And do you have any questions? I think no. Okay. Thank you, Konrad. You have a lecture now.
Indeed, this minute. Thank you so much, all of you, and see you in Paris.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, we can start the next session, and chair is Patricia.
Okay, so we can start. I only need a few minutes because I have to take the newest program. Okay, so it's a great pleasure for me to be session chair. The first presentation has been prepared by Webina Rezuli, sorry for my pronunciation, from Slovenia. And the topic of the presentation is the evaluation of the marketing and management in higher education in Albania. So Webina, and the
Webina is not here now, I think.
Not here now. Okay. So the next presenter is Florian Andrew Roman, Daniela Popescu, and Monica Violetta Archim from Romania. And the topic of the presentation is how to detect the undetected, the true level of fraud related to European funds.
Yes, hello everyone. I will be the one who will talk. Florin Roman is my name. Nice to meet you, all of you. I listen all the speeches since now. It's a great pleasure. For me, it's the first time when I participate in a research conference. I'm a PhD candidate at the Faculty of Economics and Business Administration from Babeș-Bolyai, Cluj-Napoca, Romania. And I'm also a lawyer specialized in economic and financial crime. I'm honored, as I said, to be here and to have the opportunity to present to you a study made together with Professor Achim and one of my colleagues, Daniela Popescu. Obviously, I want to thank you for the organizer for giving me this chance. If I can share my screen, I will put the presentation there. Thank you. Okay. The subject that I wanted to present is related to the European funds. So it's about investigating the real level of fraud related to European fraud, European funds, a subject that I consider to be very current in today's context. To overcome the crisis caused by the COVID and support the development of a future, greener, stronger Europe, EU member states have approved for the next 7-year long-term EU budget a package of over 1 trillion euros, meaning the largest recovery plan in Europe since the Marshall Plan. Faced with such amounts, there is a strong concern on the part of all the actors involved in the management and the control of the EU funds about the real level of fraud affecting these funds and how to counteract them, being fears that are related to an increase in the phenomenon in the near future. However, a clear picture of the scale of fraud affecting union expenditure is very difficult to obtain due to the multitude of concept used, the legislative and the procedural turmoil, and the multitude of actors involved. The European Court of Auditors found in 2019, during an audit carried out on the fight against EU expenditure fraud, that the Commission did not have comprehensive information on the extent, nature, and causes of fraud against the Union's budget. Its official statistics on detected fraud are incomplete, and there is currently no assessment of undetected fraud. In these circumstances, there is the question of estimating the real level of fraud involving EU funds, and especially of the means by which this can be done. What we discovered so far is that in this evaluation process, conducting surveys is problematic because it involves huge costs and you don't even know who exactly to address. On the other hand, there is a parallel that could be drawn with the ways in which the level of corruption is estimated, which as intentional fraud is a hidden crime. In this sense, perception and index-based studies have been used. Widely accepted indicators of corruption include Transparency International Corruption Perception Index and the World Bank's Control of Corruption Indicator. These indexes use the results of perception-based studies. Such surveys but are not carried out to replace official statistics, but rather to complete them. On top of perception-based surveys, there there have also been some recent studies estimating the level of corruption risk or control of corruption using objective administrative data. This method uses big data from large-scale public procurement databases like tender electronic daily, company registry data, and financial and ownership data. This example illustrates that it is in fact possible to gain insight into the scale of undetected fraud or corruptions. In our study, the center point of the analysis was investigating and understanding the data reported by the member states on the number of cases of irregularities or fraud related to EU funds by comparing them with the existing corruption identification mechanism. The main purpose was to explore and evaluate if objective corruption indicators calculated at country level were relevant when compared to subjective ones. Using descriptive statistics, we try to get a clear picture of the magnitude of the phenomenon and implicitly of the main trends, analyzing the data reported by the member states on the reported irregularities related to EU spendings on agriculture, fish and fishery, cohesion policy, and pre-accession policy, as shown in the Commission reports from the late 8 years. We analyzed the total number and the total amount of fraud and irregularities reported by all member states, trying to see which are the main trends in the last years. Then we shift our focus on the number and the total amount of fraud and irregularities reported by individual member states, trying to see which are the member states which reported the most frauds and irregularities during this period and which states reported the fewest. Furthermore, to investigate the extent of undetected fraud, given the indissoluble link between EU funds and public procurement procedures, we analyze this data in data by comparing them to an index used to measure the level or the risk of corruption based on objective data. And then, in order to strengthen our results, we add in the analysis an index of corruption based on perception. The objective indicator used was the Corruption Risk Index, the so-called CRI, constructed by Fazekas, which singles out red flags in the public procurement process. The method behind CRI construction used publicly available administrative data to create an estimation of institutionalized corruption, which is consistent over time and across countries. These methods use large volumes of data from large public procurement databases, as I said. Fazekas analyzed and his team analyzed almost 3 million contracts into the 28 European countries between 2009 and 2014. The index provides a common definition for corruption, favoring bidders by imposing unjustified restrictions to access public contracts. The CRI was calculated at the contract level as a simple arithmetic average of individual risk indicator and can take values from 0, which is the lowest observed corruption, and 1, highest observed corruption. Then this indicator was compared to the number of fraudulent and non-fraudulent irregularities related to EU funds reported by Commission for the same period. EU member states, as beneficiary of EU funds, need to protect the EU budget, and such they are obliged to report all irregularities. The subject corruption indicator included in this study is the Corruption Perception Index, published by Transparency International for the EU countries for the same period. The index ranks the country based on the perceived level of corruption. It reflects the views of business people and countries analysts. The indicator scores countries on a scale from 0, highly corrupt, to 100, very clean. Based on the above indicator, we examine the correlation between those indicators, the CRI, the CPI, and IFNF at country level in the European Union between 2009 and 2014. The lack of data from some variables prevented the inclusion in the study of all the European EU 28 countries. Therefore, the sample data was limited to 25 EU countries. The results shows that confirm that at the level of certain EU countries, there is a greater appetite for violating the rules when applying for EU funds. It is observed that the countries that come from the former communist bloc, like Romania, Poland, Slovakia, Czech Republic, that joined the Union after 2004, occupy a leading position in the top of the countries with the highest number of reported fraud and irregularities. Among the Western European countries, there are countries like Spain, Italy, Germany, and Portugal that report also a large number of cases. These data were also validated in some cases by the indicators used in the empirical studies. Those in countries such as Italy, United Kingdom, Portugal, Germany, and Czech Republic that lead in terms of reported irregularities related to EU funds, compared to EU average, their calculated CRA reflected that phenomenon. However, countries such as Bulgaria, Estonia, Slovakia, Slovenia, and Lithuania reported a low number of fraudulent and non-fraudulent cases, while their CRI was higher and their CPI was lower than the EU 25 average. We can conclude that in these countries, the irregularity reporting mechanism is not as efficient, and further measures should be applied to identify in due time possible deviation from the funding procedures. As a conclusion, the empirical study carried out in this paper, consistent with previous research, looked at objective indicators such as CRI are practical tools that can be used in measuring fraud as well as they are used in measuring corruption. Unlike subjective indicators, CRI relies on actual data, providing authorities with a pool of possible irregularities which can be further investigated. Indicators such as CRI can be used in objectively detecting the possible irregularities right at the beginning of the public funds absorption process, be it European or national. Unfortunately, given the fact that the objective corruption risk index was calculated only for 2009-2014 period, for comparison, we had to use the data available for that period, preventing us to analyze the less data reported and to have a better look at the present situation. The construction of these objective indicators, such as the one created by Fazakas and his team, should be supported by both the EU institution and the member state as well on a regular basis, so that in addition to the better know but also much more criticized subjective indicators that are updated annually, they can be used in risk analysis periodically. For the next year, due to all the challenges on the horizon, it is mandatory for a renewed and joint vision to fight fraud, corruption, and other illegal activities affecting the EU financial interest. This vision could also be built around a more efficient collection and use of data, fully exploiting the opportunities offered by IT interconnectivity and pan-European data mining and risk scoring tools. Thank you for listening. These are my contact details. If someone is more interested in this subject, and here I can continue eventually our dialogue. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I will have got some questions, but I think that it will be better if I will write you about that. But because I have to, it will be great if I can see the paper. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I was responsible for the construction of some indexes, and one of my topic, and I'm one of the experts in European Commission about the money laundering, and it's really connected with corruption perception indexes. So I think that it will be great to take the discussion about that, because I think that it can improve your paper and all your future work. Yeah, it will be great. So if you have got a part of time in your calendar, you can send me a paper. I will read it. Of course, it would be great if you can publish somewhere, because it will be easier. But if I will read it, maybe I can give you some maybe tips to improve it little more, because I see it only a small part. I'm not able to analyze everything. Yeah, so I think it will be great for.
Thank you very much. I will send you the paper. I will and my contact details for further discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, great. So, someone has got any questions? Okay, so if we
Patricia, webinar came, I think, first presenter.
Is here. Oh, I see. Okay, so Vibina, it will be great. Hi, it will be great if you can present your paper. The topic of the paper is the evolution of the marketing and management in higher education in Albania. Vibina is from Slovenia, from the International School of Social and Business Studies. The floor is yours. We are waiting.
Hello, I'm sorry until now because we had some electricity problem. I have until now.
I understand.
I will present from my mobile, but I don't know how to share my presentation. This is my main concern.
If it is a problem, it will be enough if you can say us everything was right. And if someone would be interested, you can send a paper. Yep.
I'm sorry for the inconvenience. I try until now to resolve it out, but I think that is the area problem, and they had in all the area, because I was trying to go even in the bar downstairs, but that's it. I'm so sorry.
Don't worry. So we are waiting. Start, please.
Okay, my topic is the evolution of marketing and management in higher education in Albania. I'm Vibina Resuli, I'm from Albania, but I'm a PhD student in SBC in Slovenia. This is my institution is in Slovenia. But my topic is more in the concern of education system in Albania. So my paper is evaluating more the reforms in higher education system in Albania, because we had as a communist, one of the communist country, we suffer from centralized education after 1992, and we take the liberalization of higher education from 1992 until now. And we had like 30 years of reforms, and we had to modernize our higher education. So the general principle and objective of education in Albania are based on we are trying for the international standards, and those include equal rights to education for all citizens, and we have The second standards of education is create of condition for the full development of individuals and the provision of education opportunity that must meet modern and requirement to youth development. Education programs in Albania are focused on the promotion and modernization of the education context in accordance with the modern social requirement, which include scientific achievement and international technology in education. The system should also have development in path in common with social labor and production perhaps in Albania. Despite state problems and country leadership and focus providing condition for continuing education and also improve the quality and effectiveness of education. The management in higher education is developed to overall standards of higher education, also consider the role of management and the higher education institution in Albania need to make changes in education appearance to increase the opportunity for cooperating and adopting the experience of foreign higher education institutions, such as reform and connecting with ongoing process of globalization. One of the declared goal is a new idea, a new and best practice on the field of quality assurance among members of organization and stakeholders. Preparation of a memorandum of quality assurance and transparency institution as the Bologna process that we are in, conducting experts review and activity of member of the agency and cooperation with foreign or non-European organization and European organization. Regarding the evolution of management as scientific research, education institution of educational program offers in the market the education service that which enters the labor market, indicate through all the causes of formation of market in the field of education. In the context of adoption of the university, the development market relation, they need to analyze their activity, the market of education service, the labor market, and their position in those markets. Moreover, in order to ensure the competitiveness and the effectiveness of the university is continuous to innovation, development, and the increase of the importance of most essential element of which should be literary marketing, which is innovation and in management of the university. The creation of marketing service in a higher education institution is now dictated as a greater extent in the realization of the new work or new path, we can say, and many managers in the university still do not have a clear idea of what function those services should perform. Interact with other institutions at the university that are in the evolution of the work and the specialized involved should be. The market power of those conditions are the frame of choice on education institution, but the threat of a new participation or association in the massivization of the higher education, which can lead to emergency of new state commercial university. And according to the constitution of Albania that was adopted in 1998, the independence of education institution, there are freedom of science and education activity are granted by law. Therefore, to limit in obtain higher education is possible only by a certain of the person ability and talent. The methodology of the paper was by selected take part to see more the element of modern of each I'm sorry, to see the element of modern of each focus group will be achieved by the application of structure by a questionnaire and toward analyzing the current quality of situation of higher education institution. Those survey will their focus was concentrated in the appearance in the interview and their current education experience and current in their education body. All the questionnaire were based on attitude that the responses should articulate and opportunity in the learning environment. Therefore, it identifies desired skills from different manager and questionnaire was 100% original. The Likert scales method was used for the questionnaire, and the data analysis were analyzed by SPSS. And was important. I had some figure and table that show the situation of the questionnaire and the questions they for each question, but I cannot show, so I can skip to the conclusion. The conclusion part, the aspect of higher education system in Albania from the questionnaire was still, they think that is still in the early stage of development. So we are still in the process of the modernization of our education system. Albanian researchers are by definition methodology training and by their isolation from international debate and the production of the development knowledge. They also face obstacles due to the lack of management and cooperation, of the lack of integration, which is infrastructure of the scientific research in the country, as well as the unwillingness of the institution to facilitate such cooperation. However, the development trend is considered by the positive one. There are some similar extending private institutions that they are coming in the market. They are clear with a clear profile and the competence requirement in the field of research. Low standards in higher education, particularly in terms of scientific research, seems to be due to the privatization of the quality in education, such as the limit focus and the scientific research. Furthermore, in terms of financial resources, available should be considered, and funds in education and science research should be allocated and implemented, such as specification. The main objective is to increase the capacity, including the facility in learning, knowledge exchange, and experience in the region, according to the developing the education sector. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Any questions? I understand that we don't have got them. Okay, so the next presenter is Seymur Gulief from Azerbaijan. The topic of the presentation is the effect of brand experience on customer purchasing behaviors in the food industry of Azerbaijan.
Seymur is not here, Patricia.
Okay, so Adyan Bazir and Zahid Siddiq from Pakistan, and the presentation, the assessing the research productivity of funded and non-funded sources, implication of enabling environment of research quality and quantity in higher education. So we got a presenter? Yeah. Great, so you can start.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm Adnan Bashir, and my topic is, as you mentioned, assessing the research productivity of funded and non-funded sources, implication of enabling environment on research quality and quantity in higher education system of Pakistan. I'm a PhD candidate at the Department of Economics at National University of Sciences and Technology, NUST, Islamabad, Pakistan. And first of all, as we know, the research is a fundamental pillar of the society to accumulate, open new avenues, research avenues, knowledge accumulation. So in the world, as we know, the universities basically are the main sources to generate the knowledge accumulation. And we can say the R&D sector is also important, but most of the faculty members, PhDs, degree holders are major contributor in the research. So I'm basically evaluating the research quality and quantity of Pakistan faculty members in research in academic institutions, and the mainly is enabling research environment, because this is the adjacent part of the research productivity. So the objectives of the research is basically to calculate the contribution made in knowledge creation by PhD faculty and non-PhD faculty, and then the research productivity according to the funding opportunities, because the objectives of this paper are divided in three parts. And the third one is the impact of enabling research environment on research quality and quantity. These are basically some national and international papers that already have been done on this topic, and these are basically on the research productivity of foreign PhD degree holders and local PhD degree holders, and they are looking the impact of research funding on citations. And then in addition to this study, I'm also looking the enabling research environment and impact on productivity, and as well as I'm looking the difference of research productivity between PhD and non-PhD faculty members. Basically, this is the research design and methodology. The total number of respondents are 784. The data was collected through the random sampling with some restrictions, because in Pakistan, mostly there was no ethics body in Pakistan before 2001. So the Higher Education Commission was established in 2001. So the purpose of this study to evaluate the impact after HEC. So this is basically restriction number one. I collected the data from those faculty members who completed their study degree in between this area. So the second restriction was the only person I took the data from who working in the academic institutions. The respondents are the faculty members PhD and non-PhD from 4 disciplines: social sciences, management sciences, engineering and computer science, and natural sciences. And the methodology I'm using here the EDA, exploratory data analysis technique, using to to see the impact of research environment and funding impact on the research productivity. Before I go to the results, I also want to tell you, because in further results, I will use the terminologies W, X, Y, and Z. Basically, in international, people know internationally, these are impact factors and other categories, but Higher Education Commission of Pakistan is basically categorizing the journals like W category journals, X category, Y category, Z, and others they are not important journals. So the higher education considering the W category journals, those are ISI, index journals, impact factor journals, and some of the and then X, Y, and Z are considering from highest to low side journals. W is most high quality journals, X and Y, and this is the hierarchy from highest to lower side. So some journals, those are with the low impact factor journal, they are also considered in the X category. So W and X are the main highly prestigious journals in Pakistan. This is very important to tell you, the W category are almost most of the international journals because in Pakistan, a few journals are only considered in the impact factor category. So W category publications are almost international journals. So the first, as I told you, there are three parts of this paper, from non-funded sources, from funded sources, and third one, enabling research environment. And if we see the research output from non-funded sources, average number of published articles by PhD and non-PhD faculty members, in Pakistan, we can see the average number of papers published by the PhD faculty members, 4.54 average publications in the W category, we can say the impact factor publications, and non-PhD faculty members are only publishing 0.31% in impact factor publication, and the PhD faculty is almost publishing 1,364% higher in W category than non-PhD faculty members, in last 20 years since 2001. And then the second is X category, which is also the PhD degree holders are also publishing a higher number of publication in X category. And then we can say in Y category, 2.38 publications on average, and the Z nothing in this category. So in all categories, we can say a huge difference between the number of publications in PhD and non-PhD faculty members. And as I told you, the PhD faculty is a major contributor in the knowledge accumulation, and this is basically we can see the implication of the theory. And the second one is the average number of published articles by this sector of employment. So I divided two types of universities, two types of sectors, private sector universities and public sector universities. So we can see the public, this is basically difference between the PhD to PhD, PhDs in public sector universities and PhD faculty in private sector university. The public sector university faculty members are employed in public sector universities. They are publishing 4.5 average publications in W category, and private in private 4.18. So we can say the 7.65% PhD faculties who are working in public sector universities are more productive than private sector universities.
Kral.
And so we can say in X category as well, the 15% the PhD faculty are more productive than private sector faculty members. But in Y category, the private sector public PhD faculty who are working in private sector, they are 25% more efficient than public sector. Simply we can say here, the W and X category, the public sector PhD faculty are more productive. So average number of published articles by gender and sector of employment. Now I'm taking same private sector universities and public sector and public and private sector universities, but with in terms to gender. And first, the left-hand side is showing the numbers related to male faculty members, and right-hand side female faculty members. So we can see here the private sector faculty members, male faculty members are also less productive from the public, and then the females faculty members are also more productive in public sector. But if we can see in male and female difference, the females are more productive in public because the difference is 8.33, and in male side 6.25. we can say the females are more like feel relaxed, and there is maybe some reasons behind it in public sector, some leverages to the like female faculty members in terms of any like in any conditions or circumstances they can take leave or something. So I think in public sector the female are more like feel relaxed, and they are publishing more papers in public sector. So average number of citations of published article by PhD, non-PhD faculty in Pakistan in last 20 years, on average, like we can say the PhD degree holders have like 140 on average citations, and non-PhD faculty is 7.5 average citations. So this is basically the difference in the citations, because this is also depends on the number of publications that we are already discussed. The PhD
Aldım, tuvalete gidecektim ya. Abi şu VC kitleme olayını bir çözsek mi ya?
Published article by designation and position. And in Pakistan, like you can see, the professor, a professor has 372 average number of citations, and associate professor 189 who has the PhD degree, and non-PhD associate professor has like 185, and then assistant professor with PhD degree 96 citations, and without PhD degree 57 citations. And other than the lecturer only as 10.8. Like recent past, the Higher Education Commission has stopped the promotions to assistant professor and professor without PhD, but before some time ago, this was allowing in Pakistan, like any faculty member could be like promote in at assistant and associate level. So I'm taking 20 years back data, so that is why some faculty members are existing assistant and associate, but we can say like lecturer is the non like PhD faculty members. So this is the second like part of the paper, research output from funded sources. These are the, like those faculty members who took the project from the Higher Education Commission of Pakistan, like research projects. They are like PhD faculty members published 1.9 on average publications in impact factor, and 1.19 in X category. And non-PhD faculty members 0.48 in impact factor and 0.53 publications in X category. The PhD faculty members are 95% more productive than non-PhD faculty member, but as compared to the non-funded sources, like this number is nothing. So we can say like those faculty members who are not taking any project, funded project, they are publishing like more research papers. But the one major thing is the like funded projects are only published in the well-reputed journals, in like international journals. So this is the third part of this paper, enabling research environment, sponsorship and cash award paid by the university for the publications to the faculty members. Simply we can see here, this sponsorship, almost 63% universities in the Pakistan are giving the sponsorships to the faculty members for the publications, and the 62% of the universities are giving the best researcher cash award. And the second thing is that the relaxation in teaching workload and research trainings by the universities. And if any faculty member publish their paper in reputed journal like W category, like impact factor, so 58% universities in Pakistan are giving the relaxation in teaching workload, like they can exempt one course or two courses, 3 credits for the next semester.
Tam bir
So
çılgın ya.
almost
Bunu biliyor musun?
58%
Tanıyor musun?
universities are
11
giving
Mayıs.
this
şeyler de var
relaxation in
bu arada.
Pakistan. And almost 59.2%
Hadi getir ya.
universities are like
Krallık yap. Şurada bir moderation.
doing the faculty
Abi az
research
sonra ben
trainings.
sunum yapacağım.
So the
Moderatörlük
impact of
yapacağım
these
ha.
two
Daha varmış yani.
steps is showing in this figure. the 5.23% average number of publications are published by those faculty members are related to those universities who are giving to the sponsorship, best cash award, best researcher cash award, and as well as relaxation in the teaching workload. And on the other side, the 3.44 average number of publications in impact factor are related to those universities who are not giving any type of relaxation and sponsorship and best cash award. So in X category, we can also say because we discussed earlier, enabling research environment is adjacent part of the research and knowledge accumulation. So that is why this is actually showing in the data. These things are very important for the researcher and for the researcher to promote the research culture in the universities. So at last we can see, and on the basis of these all findings, universities should promote the research culture and should promote to the non-PhD faculties they could be more active in research activities, and because the research is most important for the university's ranking as well, and the research is a major contributor in the promotion for the future, for the betterment of future. Thank you. Anyone if I have anyone question, so I'm available. Thank you.
Any questions? Okay, so because we don't have got any other questions, the next presenter is Adeline Cristina Kozma, Monika Violetta Achim, Iana Lovina Safta, sorry for my pronunciation, from Romania. And they will present a paper about the economic and financial crime in the forest industry internationally and in Romania. So I see that Adeline is here.
Yes, hello.
Hello. So the floor is yours. We can start.
Okay, thank you.
Nice to see you.
I'll share my screen.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so hello everyone. My name is Adelina Cristina Kozma, and I'm a PhD candidate at Babeș-Bolyai University in Romania. And I would like first to thank you for the opportunity to present our paper, Economic and Financial Crime in the Forestry Industry Internationally and in Romania, written with Monica Violetta Achim and Ioana Lavinia Safta. So I would like to begin the presentation by saying that we find ourselves in a sustainability crisis, as most of our actions harm the environment, and in the end, our own health is put in danger. Green solutions and alternatives are arising, but it seems that we are not doing enough as the Earth temperature is still rising. There are multiple causes for climate change, from greenhouse gases to massive deforestation. The fact that the trees are the only natural machine that converts carbon dioxide into oxygen, and the fact that the forest lands are shrinking in the times when we need them the most, are the core reasons why this topic needs all the awareness it can get. Even there is a doubt whether the legal level of deforestation exceeds the sustainable one, the real level is for sure much higher. So economic and financial crime, especially corruption, and illegal deforestation often overlap as one facilitates the other. So as outlines, this study aims at presenting an accurate picture of how economic and financial crime and logging are interconnected at the international level as well as in Romania. So from my point of view, researchers need to have a wide and updated view on this phenomenon when trying to find efficient solutions. So for this, the most recent available data, secondary data, was used from 2012 to 2020 from multiple well-known sources, and they are used for statistical processing, taking into consideration 185 countries, but they are also used to analyze the situation in Romania. where illegal logging is escalating. So we found a positive relationship between corruption, shadow economy, and money laundering on one hand, and deforestation on the other hand, as well as we identified multiple determinants such as the wealth of the country, the efficiency of the government, the protection of the environment, and the public health. In Romania, northern forests are more exposed to illegal logging because of the quality of the wood, and countries like Suceava are famous for the red-blooded crimes that happen to the ones who would try to protect the woods from illegal exploitation. So this analysis purpose is to raise awareness upon economic and financial crime in the forest industry. And they are relevant in understanding the phenomenon of illegal deforestation, and it contributes to the adoption of efficient countermeasures that contribute to a healthier environment for all of us. So I will start and go through the main outlines. So regarding the literature review, the qualitative studies on this topic are numerous, but the quantitative ones are very few. Most research uses interviews, focus groups, case studies, observations, or other academic papers as methodology, whilst only a handful of studies are using quantitative methods in order to statistically prove a connection between economic and financial crime and deforestation. Even so, very old databases are used, most recent data being from 22 years ago. So moreover, most investigations on this subject spotlight on the Amazon woodlands, Indonesia, Ghana, Brazil, Tanzania, and very few analyze more than 100 countries worldwide. So there is no up-to-date quantitative-based study conducted at an international level. We found none. So between the connection of economic and financial crime and deforestation. So as you can see in this table, the subject of illegal deforestation is not very popular in the academic research field, with modest results regarding its relationship with the economic and financial crimes. There is a significant need for fact-based research, given by the massive loss of forest land in the last 30 years, which had a negative impact on the environment and thus our own health. The present study aims to analyze the relationship between deforestation and corruption, money laundering, and shadow economy, as well as identifying the determinants by using the most recent data available in order to offer a quantitative approach that can serve in understanding the phenomenon and contributing to the fundament of the stakeholders' decision regarding the protection of the environment. So bearing all this in mind, in order to set these relationships, we formulated three hypotheses. One, an increase in the level of corruption results in an increase in the level of deforestation. Two, an increase in the level of of shadow economy results in an increase in the level of deforestation. And three, an increase in the level of money laundering results in an increase in the level of deforestation. So this quantitative research, as I said, uses secondary data from well-known sources. It offers an updated worldview by analyzing data from 2012 to 2020 for 185 countries. As a dependent variable, we use deforestation, and because there is no measurement for it, it is illustrated by using the net forest conversion rate, which is an indicator obtained by dividing the net forest conversion to the forest land. And here we have the methods we used for these calculations. The second category of variables are the economic and financial crimes indicators, corruption perception index, shadow economy, and anti-money laundering index. And the influences of GDP per capita, which we abbreviated with the GDP, government effectiveness, GE, environment protection index, EPI, and life expectancy, LE, are also analyzed. And the estimation methods, the description and the unit measurement, and the sources for each variable you can observe in this table. So regarding the results, the table on the left shows us the descriptive statistics. Here, an important observation is that needs to be emphasized is that NFCR has a negative mean of minus 0.1674%, which means that in average, in just 1 year, we lose 0.1674% of the total forest land on Earth. The forests are shrinking, and with all these efforts to protect them, the pollution is rising exponentially. So this double effect, the less trees and more greenhouse gases, has a huge impact on the quality of the environment and in the end on our own health. So the table on the right reflects the correlation metrics of the variables listed above, and it can be observed that there is a positive relationship between NFCR and CPI, which means that a corrupt country exploits forests more. So negative values of NFCR show that logging is more intensive than planting trees, and the forests are shrinking, as low levels of CPI show that people perceive the country as a more corrupt one. So, moreover, there is a negative relationship between NFCR and SE, which means that a country with a high percentage of shadow economy is a country which intensively cuts trees. Also, a negative relationship between NFCR and the AML, which you can see in the table, means that a country that is vulnerable to money laundering activities is also a country that unsustainably exploits its forests. As for the other variables, there are only positive relationships between them and NFCR, which means that a poor country with inefficient governance that is not environmentally friendly and with low life expectancy is a country that does not manage its forest sustainably and cuts more wood than plants trees, shrinking its forest land. So, in order to statistically prove all these connections, firstly, several simple linear regressions have been made. The positive relationship between NFCR and CPI is confirmed, as it proves to be statistically significant, which means that a corrupt country is shrinking its forest land more, and therefore the first hypothesis is accepted. Deforestation increases as corruption increases. The negative relationship between NFCR and SE is also statistically significant, which means that a country with a high percentage of shadow economy is also a country which shrinks its forest land, high values of SE and the negative values of NFCR. Thus, the second hypothesis is confirmed. Deforestation increases as shadow economy increases. Thirdly, the negative relationship between NFCR and AML proves to be statistically significant, which means that the third hypothesis is confirmed. Deforestation increases as money laundering activities increase. As for the other variables, the control ones, they all prove to have a positive and significant relationships with NFCR from the statistical point of view. So this means that a poor country with inefficient governance that is not environmentally friendly and with low life expectancy is also a country that does not manage its forest land sustainably and cuts more wood than plants trees. Thus, it seems that the way in which we treat the environment shows a lot about our community. Secondly, multiple regressions have been made in order to strengthen these findings. So mostly the type of relationships and their significance remain the same. More exactly, in the case of CPI here and AML here, the only significant variable is GDP, but in the case of SE, not only GDP, but also EPI proves to be significant. However, the science correspondent confirmed the type of relationship for each. It can also be observed that GDP is significant for all of for all three types of relationships that we tested. Therefore, there is enough evidence to sustain that deforestation is linked to corruption, shadow economy, and money laundering, as its determinants include wealth of the country, the efficiency of the government, the protection of the environment, and the public health. Economic and financial crime determines in part the deforestation level, and it determines in total the level of illegal deforestation, which will not be possible without corrupt officers, rangers, and public servants. So, the second part of our research focuses on Romania. With more and more cases of violence and murders, Romania's wooden mafia rapidly gained international attention. Romania's forests occupy approximately 30% of its total surface, and it has the biggest surface of virgin forest in Europe. However, Romania is in top 3 most corrupt countries in the EU. So, databases with information about the Romanian police activity regarding the forest industry and economic and financial crime is used to create the graphic that you can see at the bottom of this slide. It can be observed that between 2012 and 2014, their evolution was similar, but from 2016, more and more forestry crimes were investigated, leading to the presumption that maybe Romania became more aware of the importance of the importance to protect its forests. However, in the last couple of years, the number of investigated crimes regarding the forest law decreased, and for the economic and financial crime, the evolution is unpredictable with no clear trend. Both pictures that you can see at the top of the slide show that the northeastern region, Moldova, has the highest criminality in the forest industry, followed by Muntenia, Dobroja, Oltenia, Banat, Crișana, and Maramureș, and lastly Transylvania. And this is the exact order of regions with the largest forest land of softwood. So the most widely used wood in production, in the worldwide production, is pine wood, which is a subtype of softwood. And in Romania, the most used is spruce wood, which represents 20% of the entire forest area in the country. So this may explain the correlation between the forestry crimes and the forest land of softwood. As for the conclusions, this qualitative research provides, as I said, updated information to decision makers preoccupied with environmental issues by contributing to a fact-based understanding of the illegal deforestation phenomenon. And in a nutshell, this analysis shows that corruption with intensive logging activities are more corrupt, that countries with intensive logging activities are more corrupt, and they have higher levels of shadow economy, more intense money laundering activities. So also in those countries, the GDP per capita is low, the governance is inefficient, and the life expectancy is low, and their results towards protecting the environment are missing. Therefore, all our three hypotheses are confirmed, and for Romania, the quantitative data proves that Suceava and Botoșani are the areas that need the greatest forest protection, and they are also the countries where the bloodiest forestry crimes are committed. And these findings are relevant, in our opinion, in understanding the phenomenon of illegal deforestation, and it contributes to the adoption of efficient countermeasures that contribute to a healthier environment for all of us. So in the end, I would like to thank you for your attention, and please keep in mind what Mahatma Gandhi once said, that what we are doing to the forests of the world is but a minor reflection of what we are doing to ourselves and to one another. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I've got a question. Can you come back to the sample size and the information about the sample?
Let me share
some things.
So, okay. Here?
No, where you have gotten information about what kind of countries, what did you take to the consideration?
What kind of countries?
Mm-hmm.
I have no slide about the kind of countries. I have a list of 155 countries that I can show.
Okay, so I've got a question. To the sample, to the analysis, you took all of these countries, or you divided them into samples?
No, I didn't divide them. I took them all.
Mm-hmm. You know, some main points in this paper. Can you go to the next slide?
Yes.
Okay. Here to the analysis, you take simple or less, yes?
Yes.
In the next slide, what did you take?
Multiple regression.
Multiplied regressions, but based on the panel data or simple or less?
No, panel data.
On the panel data, okay. So come back to the previous slide. It isn't compared with this situation in the next slide, the first one. The next, because if you have got the simple regression, why did you take then the panel data regression? Yeah, you know what I mean.
Okay.
Because you can't compare it, because here you say that okay, all countries are the same, and next you say that no, there are differences. Of course, there are differences, because at first, in the more developed countries, the forest industry is not as industry where you observe the highest level of money laundering at first. So, in my opinion, you should prepare this model into subsamples at first, at least in the case of the level of development of the countries, at least because money laundering is connected with a lot of factors. For example, the law restrictions, the policy restrictions. Next, you've got a strong correlation between money laundering indicator And why? Because CPI is one of the part. Because CPI is one of the part of the list of variables taken to the analysis to prepare AML Basel index, because it's the index that should take. So, in my opinion, to the analysis, it is not necessary to take CPI and the AML index at first. The AML level, the money laundering level, is strictly connected with the size of the financial sector. Here, you've got only GDP. I don't know what is GEP and TLE because I couldn't find the list of variables. If you can show me, okay.
The government effectiveness, GE, environmental protection index, and life expectancy.
Okay, the government effectiveness index is strictly connected with CPI.
Yes.
Because it's a part of the analysis. So next, it isn't necessary to prepare it. Environmental protection index, okay, you can take it. Because not in this simple case, you can use it. In my opinion, you should reproduce your model. And because all these variables that you take are not the most important. Here, you don't receive any special effects. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So if you prepare, because I think that you will prepare your PhD dissertation, yeah?
Yeah.
So, and it will be a topic about that. This will be a topic or something new.
Yes.
So, in my opinion, prepare a good literature review. Okay. Because it isn't all of that you presented. Okay. So something that was strictly connected to also geographical location and geographical connections, because for example, if you have got poor countries and next you have got more developed countries, money, cash from the dirty area of the economy, if I can say something like that, goes to the more developed countries because it's easier to launch it. So, in my opinion, you should remodelize this model. You should prepare the new one. You should to make good literature review, okay? It isn't nothing personally connected with you, of course. I only make you some tips and suggestions to prepare a very good presentation and very good dissertation, which you can publish in high indexed journals, yeah, because it's important, yeah.
Thank you very much. It's very useful, and thank you so much for your contribution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Have you got any questions?
May I add something?
Yes, please.
There is a false fever for bibliometric analysis, as you mentioned that literature survey study is so crucial. So that's why you can use false fever. There is another librarian, as far as I know, created this software for bibliometric analysis. I can suggest you to use this. You can use some resources online on YouTube as well as to check how to make this software available and workable. Free. It can be very fruitful for you. As far as I see, I'm a PhD candidate as well, and I'm able to do the same. I can suggest you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, because we've got some other presenter, the next presentation is prepared by Alexandra Jana Daniela Rus, Monica Violetta Akim, and Cisa Corina Bodescu from also Romania. And the topic is the impact of the intellectual capital of the business performance, the case study applied on European Union.
Hello, everyone. I am
Alexandra.
Nice to see you. Today I'm gonna present, just a second, Today I'm going to present my paper entitled, as you said, The Impact of Intellectual Capital on the Business Performance, and the study case was applied on European Union countries. I'm gonna try to be very, very short and first time we'll present the content. In the first part, I had an introduction, the objectives of the research, then the methodology, the measurement of intellectual capital at microeconomic level, the results, and finally the conclusion. In what concerns the intellectual capital, it is the intangible asset that can transform knowledge into wealth-creating goods. Also, its external driving force is often regarded as a contributing factor to a firm's financial performance. In what concerns our objective, just a second, yes, now it's better. In what concerns our objectives for our paper, here we try to investigate if there is a relationship between companies' intellectual capital and their performance. In order to do these things, we have used a panel data set of 2,742 companies located in countries from European Union, which are active in different sectors such as biotechnology, chemicals, electric utilities, IT service, and so on. In what concerns our literature review, I'm going to present only a few aspects about the relationship between intellectual capital at microeconomic level and the performance of the companies. And I would like to start with the two authors that said the companies ignore the investment in intellectual capital, but they invest in other companies. Of course, another author present this intellectual capital and said that companies with higher levels of intellectual capital emphasize a greater diversity of performance measures. And this diversity of measurement mediates the relationship between intellectual capital and organizational performance. Another study was made by three authors, like Gogan, Starka, and Dragic, or Otto, sorry. And they had some hypotheses, and all of the hypotheses presented show up a positive relationship between each form of intellectual capital and organizational performance. In what concerns the methodology of our study, we have started from a hypothesis or a research question, I can say, and we have tried to see if there is a positive influence of the intellectual capital on companies' performance. In what concerns the variables, here we have the dependent variables as being return on equity and return on assets. True, we have measured the performance for the companies. In what concerns the independent variable, we have measured intellectual capital through economic value added. But I have to say that here we have used the logarithm of economic value added. And as control variables, we have used also the logarithm of turnover and the logarithm of total assets. As I said, the study uses panel data composed by 2,742 companies located in countries from the European Union. In what concerns our empirical study, first we have split our panel data into groups. In the first group, we have put all the industries with some exception, and about the exception I'm going to talk in the second slide. Here, in the first part, we have the regression for return on equity, and here we would like to see if it depends on intellectual capital expressed by EVA, logarithmated, of course, and the control variables. As we can see here, all the probabilities are significant for any level of acceptance. So our hypothesis here, it is accepted. There is a relationship between intellectual capital and companies' performance measured through return on equity. In what concerns the second measure, through we have measured the performance, return on assets. Here also we have made the same thing. And here also we can see that the all probabilities are significant for any level of acceptance, excepting the turnover, which we have taken out from our model. And now in what concerns the group 2, here we have only some industries. We have chosen these industries as being the industries like biotechnology, IT, software, and so on, because we have based on the literature review. And we have seen that in these kind of industries, there is a higher impact of intellectual capital on companies' performance. But of course, in this group also we have measured the performance through return on equity and through return on assets. And also I can say that we have actually the same result, because here all the probabilities are equal to 0, except the same variable log turnover, which is logarithmated, and also here in the second model, where we have measured the performance through return on assets, the turnover logarithmated is taken out from our model. So as some conclusions, I can say that intellectual capital is considered as a key resource for expanding intelligence. Through now, no one has been reached regarding its explanation to a unique definition, but we can affirm that in what concerns the microeconomic level, there is a positive impact and also a relationship for the entire Union European countries. But in what concerns the higher impact, we could conclude that the industries like pharmaceutical, software, and IT industries have a major impact. So thank you for your attention. This was my presentation. It was a very short one, as I said.
Thank you very much. Have you got any questions? Okay, so if we don't have got any questions, the next presenter is Maria Michaela Postea and Monica Violetta Achim, also from Romania. The topic is the estimation methods for the shadow economy and systemic literature review. So the floor is yours. You can start. Okay, great. Mihala, we don't hear you.
Okay, so hello, my name is Maria Mihaela Postea. I'm a PhD candidate at Babeș-Bolyai University from Romania. And the topic of my presentation is estimation methods for the shadow economy, a systematic literature review. Estimating the shadow economy is by no means a simple task. The hidden nature of the phenomenon makes it difficult to measure. The main purpose of the research was to identify the types of methods used in the literature for estimating the shadow economy and to reveal their advantages and limitations. We conducted a systematic literature review concerning the methods used for estimating the phenomenon. And we focused on the evolution of the methods in time and highlighted the advantages and drawbacks related to each method analyzed. The research revealed that there are three major groups of methods used to estimate the size of the shadow economy. Analyzing the advantages and limitations of each method, we realized that there is a gap in the literature regarding the definition of the phenomenon, as well as regarding the methods used to estimate it. The review can be a good reference in deciding which of the methods is best to serve one's purpose when measuring the underground economy. Analyzing the advantages and shortcomings of each method, as well as the methodology used, can lead to a rational decision regarding the estimation of the shadow economy. When deciding which model to use to estimate the shadow economy, one has to consider the definition of the concept. So what kind of activities will be included in the study, the availability of data, and the methodology used. Our paper is useful both for academic purposes, but also for policymakers in order to find the best tool of measuring the shadow economy around the world countries. To identify the most relevant articles, we use the data available on the Web of Science, as well as on Google Scholar. The keywords used were shadow economy, estimation methods for the shadow economy, and definition of the shadow economy. The preliminary results revealed a number of 104 articles, from which 92 were considered relevant for the study, based on the analysis of the abstracts. The time period was not limited. As a result, the oldest article included in the study was from the year 1958. After reading the full text articles, we found relevant information in a number of 70 articles, which were included in the review. So in the literature, we identified three main groups of methods used in estimating the shadow economy. Direct methods or microeconomic approaches, such as surveys and tax auditing. Indirect methods, which are also called indicator approaches. These are mostly macroeconomic. And the model approach, which considers multiple causes that lead to the existence and growth of the shadow economy and its multiple effects over time. As an example is the mimic model. So direct methods, examples of direct methods are survey-based methods and tax audit-based methods. Some examples of indirect methods are the discrepancy between national expenditure and income statistics, or estimating the shadow economy using employment statistics, monetary methods, and the physical input approach, or the electricity consumption method. An example for the model approach is the mimic approach, the mimic method. So direct methods, in this category, we can distinguish two types of estimation methods, survey-based and tax audit-based methods. These are not widely used because of the costs that imply such a procedure and the biased results that might be obtained by not answering honestly to the questions by the respondents. They exploit micro-level data obtained from the tax audits and surveys. The drawbacks are related to the potentially biased sample of the population, or to the fact that the selection of taxpayers for a tax audit is not random, and thus the sample is not representative for the entire population. In addition, these types of methods may underestimate the level of the shadow economy, because it is very likely that individuals do not declare during the polls what they intend to hide from the authorities. The first indirect method is the discrepancy between national expenditure and income statistics. This approach is based on the idea that if those hiding their income cannot hide their expenditure, the difference between the two indicators leads to the estimation of the shadow economy. The main advantage is that in many countries, the national accounts provide both income-based and expenditure-based estimates, lending themselves very well to discrepancy analysis. The disadvantages is that there can be other causes for the discrepancy, like statistical errors, and some activities might be omitted from the expenditure-based estimates. For example, the expenditure on narcotics, on alcohol, or for alcohol. The second indirect method is estimating the shadow economy using employment statistics. In the literature, we identified 3 different types of methods used to estimate the shadow economy based on the employment statistics. The discrepancy between the official and the actual labor force, the use of labor versus supply of labor, and the employment rate method. As an example, the discrepancy between the official and the actual labor force assumes that a decline in labor force participation in the formal sector can be assumed to be constant, and a decrease in the official rate of participation can be seen as an indicator of an increasing informal sector. There were identified several flaws in this method, including the fact that differences in the rate of participation may have other causes, such as an economic crisis. There can be the possibility that people participate simultaneously in both sectors. For example, individuals can have a main job in the formal sector and have a second job in the informal one. And this method doesn't include wages granted but not declared to the authorities, the so-called envelope wages. The next indirect method is the monetary method. Usually, shadow economic activities are settled by paying cash, so that few traces or none are left. Consequently, if the demand for cash rises above a specific value, this can be explained by the increase of shadow economic activities. This idea was developed in 2 distinct methods elaborated to estimate the shadow economy, the transaction approach and the currency demand approach. Reviewing the literature, we concluded that monetary methods are unsuitable for estimating the shadow economy, firstly because they are based on assumptions that cannot be justified. The main assumption of the currency demand approach is that the change in the size of the shadow economy is caused by a change in taxation and government regulation, and that this will be visible in the change in the demand for currency, because informal transactions are mainly paid with cash. This assumption, according to OECD handbook, could not be tested, and it is probably not true. In contrast, the transaction approach is not based on any assumed relation between monetary transactions and GDP, which likewise cannot be justified. And the last indirect approach is the physical input approach. There is a distinction made between 2 different types of methods, the Caliberda and Kaufman method and the Latsko method. The first one makes use of total electricity consumption for the entire economy, and the second one uses the consumption of electricity in the residential sector when estimating the size of the shadow economy. The physical input method is very simple and can appear appealing to use in estimating the shadow economy. However, it is subject of criticism mainly for 3 reasons. There are shadow economy activities that do not use energy or can use alternative energy sources like coal, gas, or renewable energy. The method requires the estimation of different elasticities of electricity per GDP across countries and over time, and it is a known fact that variations in electricity elasticities do occur and are due to factors that could not be related to shadow economy activities of households or businesses. The 2 approaches rely on a broad definition of the shadow economy because they include all activities, legal and illegal, that require electric power consumption. In the literature in the recent years, there have been variations of the physical input method that try to address the shortcomings of the initial method. For example, in their research, Psychoios et al. Make the distinction between 2 different methods. First, there is the simple electricity consumption method, which assumes that the growth rate of total electricity consumption is the best single proxy for the growth of overall real and shadow economic activity. And second, the authors propose a modified electricity consumption method, which considers the fact that the variations in electricity consumption may be attributed to factors other than economic. In this modified version, the authors propose the following regression: quality and openness proxied by trade openness and unemployment. The model also uses the following indicators: currency as a fraction of broad money, labor force participation, and the measure of the size of the economy. In the literature, we identify several criticisms regarding using MIMI. The standard MIMI model has been used widely, but it was also subject of criticism, mainly for the use of GDP per capita and growth of GDP as cause and indicator variable. Medina and Schneider addressed this issue by using the nightlight approach by Henderson, Storicard, and Weil to independently capture economic activity. As the authors themselves recognize, this method used to estimate economic activities has its shortcomings as well. For example, in rural areas, the economic activity can be independent on the use of light, and this is the case in the agricultural sector in general. The results are highly dependent on the proper selection of the variables used as causes and the indicators. So if indicators and causes are not unique, one may ask which are the appropriate variables to use in the model. Some harsher criticism of the method can be found in the papers of Bruch and later on Fage. The proper use of variable, the definition itself given by Schneider for the term shadow economy, and the proper use of econometrical modeling were questioned. Even so, to date, the estimation obtained by Schneider and his collaborators are widely used and considered a starting point when it comes to quantifying the non-observed economy in many countries worldwide. At the present, in conclusion, we can state that there is no estimation better than the other. Each method, with no exception, has its limitation. When estimating the shadow economy, it is advised to use different types of estimation methods. Our future research would be concentrated on perfecting the physical input method, addressing the issues that are related to this method, and maybe combining it with other methods identified in the literature to obtain a more reliable estimation for the shadow economy in Romania and other EU countries. The review of the literature has demonstrated once again that the link between theory and the empirical estimation of the shadow economy is still unsatisfactory. Therefore, research in this area is necessary and would be very useful. Also, developing a good method that could help validate the empirical results and determine their plausibility is mandatory in this field. In future studies, we will be concerned with combining both the advantages and disadvantages in order to elaborate on the best possible method that optimizes their advantages and disadvantages. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Have you got any questions? Okay, so if we don't have got questions, the next presenter will be Corina, Annalisa, Biska, Monika, Violetta, Achim, and Alexandra, Iona, Daniela, Rus, and the topic of the presentation is the influence of digital technology in combating money laundering. So the floor is yours. It's the last but not least presentation. So we have got one more.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. I start my
okay. So the floor is yours.
Presentation. Okay. Okay. First of all, in the context of digital technology,
Sure.
Now?
Yeah, and now we are set.
Okay. From the beginning. First of all, in current context of accelerated evolution and spreading of digital technology, there is acknowledged significant effects in what about economic and financial crime, but also about preventing and combating that. Many studies have concluded that digital technology has two sides in relation to money laundering. A positive effect by ensuring compliance in the fight against money laundering through new innovation digital techniques used to detect criminals, and a negative effect on increasing crime through new channels of information and communication technology and through already widespread cryptocurrencies. Although the impact of technology and internet is visible and the effects are being felt on all levels, few studies on new technologies in relation to money laundering have been conducted and published in journals with impact factor. Thus, from 2017 papers published on Web of Science in February 2022 on money laundering in correlation with the technology or the terms related to it, only 227 works on the money laundering technology relationship was found. The processing with the Voss-Dual program of the 227 articles previously mentioned resulted in 74 frequently used terms grouped in clusters in figure according to the number of occurrences and relevance of the words connected in these articles. First, concerning the prevention of money laundering, various authors find that investment in high technologies in the form of data mining, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and risk profiling are used to track the flow of illicit funds in areas such as money laundering and terrorist financing, thus reducing the volume of money laundering offenses. However, as a second point of view, many recent studies find that their modern use does not have a positive effect, but rather has attracted fraudsters and criminals to the mission of technology in order to obtain financial benefits in the form of cybercrime. In studies in the area show that there is a correlation between money laundering and technology. Starting from these premises, we set out to investigate the meaning of correlation dependencies between these variables and how strong these correlations are. Considering the presented effects, in our study, we analyzed the following hypotheses. Increasing in the level of digital technology decreases the risk of money laundering. For the purpose of our study, we use a sample of 162 countries for the period 2012-2020, and there are no data on the volume of money laundering. The dependent variable used in the research was the Basel AML index, an index calculated annually since 2012 by the Basel Institute. Independent variable we used was digital technology, and as a proxy, we use percent of individuals using the internet, data being provided from World Bank for 2012-2020 period, and technology adoption, data being provided for World Economic Forum for the period 2012-2018, and using our processing, the least square method, obtain values for 2019-2020 period. In order to estimate the sign of relation between money laundering and the level of digital technology, we analyze the correlation between dependent variable and the two independent variables which consider in our model, but also control variables and fraud money laundering against each internet and technology adaptation. Table on the screen acknowledge a strong negative correlation between internet and money laundering. And from this kind of analysis, we saw a negative correlation. Also from control variables, some control variables considered in our model, with one exception, tax burden. Here you can see. The negative correlation between AML index and both independent variables considered means that an increase of internet and technology adoption leads to a decrease of money laundering risk. One can notice that also graphs from the slide reflect negative correlation between money laundering, expressed by AML index, the risk of money laundering, and digital technology, expressed by individuals using internet as % of their population and by technology adoption. Our results are built using multiple regression technique. At first, we explicit money laundering AML as a function of individual using internet, name internet, or technology adoption, the variables of interest. Then, the other independent variables are added from obtaining a pooled OLS regression. Table on screen estimates money laundering as a function of internet and other valid control variables from the sample of 162 worldwide countries. Respectively, the internet coefficient is negative, as you can see, significant, here's the probability, for OLS model. As the value of internet increased with 1%, money laundering ML index decreased by 0.15 units. Based on the result, we can see are significant for any level of acceptance. From the point of view of the model goodness of it, the R square is equal to 0.5268 and indicates that the dependent variable money laundering depends in proportion of 52.68% from the independent variable study. In this way, the state research hypothesis is accepted, meaning that increasing internet determines decreasing of money laundering measured through AML index. In what concerns the other variables, one can see for all of them, there are influence of money laundering at an acceptance level of 10%. Thus, education and innovation has a negative influence on money laundering, which is in line with studies that concludes that more intelligent and informed people are more likely to solve problems through regulated route than through illegal behavior. GDP and tax burden, accordingly to the proposed model, have a positive influence on money laundering. For consolidated our results, we estimate the multiple regression for independent variable internet through fixed effects model and random effects model also. And also we use the World Bank's classification of countries based on their level of economic development and group them into groups: low-income states, developing countries, and high-income states, developed countries. Table on screen estimates ILM index for the samples of high-income level, 55 countries, low-income countries, 107 countries, as a function of internet and other control variables. Both model was tested by Hausman test, being accepted at the level of significance by 5%, respectively 10%. The result shows that in both developed and developing countries, our hypothesis being confirmed. A very important and interesting aspect is the fact that the value of coefficient for the variable internet is higher in developed countries, being almost double other developing countries. So we can conclude that the impact of internet on money laundering is more pronounced in developed countries compared to developing countries. Other variables with significant and indirect influence in both samples on AML index is education, as expected, and other variables. The proportion in which money laundering depends on the regression variables is smaller than in entire sample. Square is 0.184194 in high-income countries model, and only 0.0833 for developing countries. Regarding GDP, even if it is not significant, we can make a remark on the sign of this variable. It has a positive sign in developed countries, the minus developing countries, meaning that, as we expect, rich countries are more inclined to commit money laundering crimes than poor. Skeptical about the results because they are not statistically significant. Regarding the technology adoption table on the screen estimates money laundering as a function of technology adoption and other valid control variables through ALS model. When technology adoption increases with one value unit, money laundering ML index decrease by 0.18 units. The amount of variance in money laundering explained by technology adoption and other control variables is 52.41%. Technology adoption has an indirect relationship with the money laundering in line with our expectations.
Can we make a small break? Can you show me the correlation matrix? That is a few slides up.
One correlation matrix here. Yeah, it's between AML and internet.
Okay. In the model, into the model, you put into consideration all variables that you have got there.
Yes.
Did you see that they are correlated?
Which variable?
All of them. The internet with GDP, the education with internet, all of them. You have got here a strong correlation. Did you prepare collinearity tests?
No, I didn't.
As a result, you have got such a huge R-squared values in tests. This presentation shows that all variables that you have put into consideration are correlate themselves. So as a result, that they strongly influence on the AML index. AML index is not correlated with this variable. You should improve your model because results that you decide are not good in a small way. It's connected with this topic. Sorry for that, but I decided to say it now because results that you received are not prepared correctly.
Okay, thank you.
You know what is connected to why? Do you see why?
Yes, I understand. What do you mean? Yes, the internet and GDP and tax burden.
All of them. You have got only strongly correlated variables. I think that you can observe strong collinearity. If you have got the result that all the samples that you took into consideration that expire AML index, you will have got a high value. You will have got this variable on the list of variables that are presented by Basel. They are not.
Okay, I will make a correlation test between.
May I interrupt as well?
Yes, please.
If you, as far as I see, you use eViews software, isn't it?
Yes.
You made a regression analysis, and as Mrs. Patricia expressed, that there is a highly multicollinearity that really affects your regression analysis as a spurious regression. That's why you need to look variance inflation factors, VIF, and you should be forced to eliminate your variables which are strongly correlated in each other.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's really
why you have got here such a huge R squared. It's impossible to receive such a huge R squared here. It's incorrect. It's impossible completely.
Okay, I will try a multicollinearity test. And
okay, so the idea is great. So the idea is great. The list of variables should be changed, in my opinion, and you should prepare the typical test to improve your paper. Here is unacceptable.
Sorry, may I intervene with something? Please. I am the third co-author at this article. And I would like to say that you said that we have a very high R-squared. Am I right?
You've got very strong correlation between this independent variables.
Yes, and the second thing, you said that our R squared is very high. I would like to say that our data, all of them were rescaled. And maybe that's why we have such a strong correlation between them. Because our scale is...
No, it isn't connected with that. If you put into the model very correlated variables according to statistical theory and econometry theory, you will receive high R squared value. It's normal. It isn't nothing that is connected with the list of variables and so on. It's normal. As a result, if you prepared any model, not only connected with that, but any other models, you should at first analyze the correlation matrix. If you have got very strong correlation between independent variables, you should decide what kind of factors you will take to the analysis. That's why you prepare correlation matrix. And here, the correlation is more than 50% in most cases. So it's like that you put some variables that are correlated, and the effect with this correlation is that these relationships are improved. Why? By another. As a result, you receive such a huge R squared. You understand?
Yeah, I understand. Thank you for your observation. And also, I'd like to add that there, please put press the second slide, Narcisa. The 8th slide. Yes, that one. Yes. Okay. Here, for developed countries, our R squared, and also for our developing countries,
it isn't connected with that. To the model, you should to put only or GDP or tax burden or education or other, not all of them here. So as a result, you receive the effect that are appreciate. What can I say you more?
I understand.
We understand, yes. It's a main problem connected with that. It isn't connected with the relationship that you receive with R squared value in the whole, in the subsamples between developed and developing countries. If you prepare something like that, it's a main mistake. If you show me the correlation matrix for the developed countries and developing countries, but in the subsamples, we can discuss later. Here, you don't put me that.
Yeah. Okay, we understand.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you. So thank you for your presentation. I suggest you to improve your paper. The idea is good. I think you should also put there, the same as in the previous cases, information about the level of banking sector development. Yeah. So okay. It isn't like that I give you some attentions, some topics like that because I want to make something. Yeah, I'm making it. Thank you. I appreciate. I'm making it because it's a main mistake. Yeah, and for this is a conference. There's another ones that to improve it. Yeah, you know. Yeah. It's a discussion. Thank you. Yeah, I consider that. Thank you. Thank you very much. So thank you. Bye. The next presentation has been prepared by
Hocam size oturum sahibi yaptılar ama
Julia
gittiniz mi?
Briski, Monica, Violetta Achim, Sorin, Nicole Vareleo,
Ha tamam.
and Alessandra.
En son bana bırakıp gideceksiniz değil mi?
And the topic is the impact of the digitalization of economic and financial crime in the context of COVID-19 pandemic. So the floor is yours. Please, you can present. We don't see you. We don't see the presentation.
I'm not host yet. No.
Okay. With a moment.
I can do it.
So please start.
Hello everyone. My name is Julia Bric. I'm a PhD student from Babeș-Bolyai University of Cluj-Napoca, and together with my research team, I have developed a study on the impact of digitalization on economic and finance.
Sen artık batışa kapatır. Sen benim de olmadığını söyle. Gitme ayrılmak zorunda olduğunu söylersin. Ondan sonra kendini alırsın.
Seymour'dan veya Seymour'u en sona sakla. Sıra bana. Maria Stanimora burada. İkinci şeyde. İkisini sunarsan en son Seymour'a bırakırsın.
Tamam.
Sonra kapatırsın. Sen kapatırsın. Ben dışarıda olacağım için benimki açık, kapatır çıkarsın.
Tamam.
Tamam.
Tamam, şimdi ben Hulya'ya yazıyorum. İnşallah görür beni host yapma. Aha. After ending your presentation, could you make me host diye not yazıyorum.
Hem not yaz, sen bitirdikten sonra gir hemen araya, beni
Tamam.
host yap de ayrılmadan.
Tamamdır.
Tamam.
Tamam hocam, görüşürüz.
That digitalization can reflect a help because of the reduction of cash. Also, we can see reduction of the classical frauds levels. On the other hand, digitalization can be seen as a threat because of the facilitating of new channels of fraud. Considering these two different opinions, we wanted to see if digitalization really has an influence on economic and financial crime, and what kind of relationship is it. Here we have a table which summarizes all the variables that we have used in our research. In order to quantify the economic and financial crime, we took into consideration one indicator for each form of it. For corruption, we have used the Corruption Perception Index developed by Transparency International. For shadow economy, we have used the percentage of GDP developed by Professors Medina and Schneider. For money laundering, we have used the anti-money laundering developed by Basel Institute. And finally, for cybercrime, we have used Global Cybersecurity Index developed by International Telecommunication Union. In order to quantify digitalization, we have used Digital Economy and Society Index developed by European Commission for the European countries. And then for worldwide level, we have used technology adoption developed by World Economic Forum. And lastly, for our three control variables, we also took into consideration some relevant measurement methods. For the economic development, we have used the quantum of GDP developed by World Bank. For education, we have used the Education Index as a component of Human Development Index. For the public governance, we have used worldwide governance indicators, the sixth dimension of it, voice and accountability, political stability and absence of violence, government effectiveness, regulatory quality, rule of law, and control of corruption. In terms of the model, economic and financial crime, or FinCrime, was the dependent variable, and digitalization was the independent one, followed by, of course, the control variables. In order to see some descriptive statistics related to the subject, we have made an evolution approach for the European countries. In terms of evolution of economic and financial crime components, we can observe from the evidence on the slide that in the context of COVID-19 pandemic, the classical forms of economic and financial crime registered decreases. In terms of cybercrime, the trend is upward on the graphic, but it doesn't mean that cybercrime is actually increasing. It means that cybersecurity increases as a response of possible higher level of cybercrime. As a general conclusion, the Nordic countries are the ones that adapt best to the new conditions, making efforts to fight any form of economic and financial crime. And on the other hand, the countries that occupy the last places on the ranking are countries such as Romania, Bulgaria, Hungary, Slovenia, and Greece. Regarding the evolution of the indicators that measure digitalization, the trend is upward, and as a fact, almost all the countries occupy the same countries occupy the first and the last places in the ranking. As a conclusion, the process of adapting to technology has been visibly accelerated by the COVID-19 pandemic.
because in other circumstances it would have been a much slower progress. Now moving on to the empirical evidence, we have split our study in two main steps. The first one is making regressions between all the forms of economic and financial crime as dependent variable, technology adoption for independent variable. As control variables, we have used GDP and education index. Resuming all the process, our results show that an increase in technology adoption will increase the degree of cleanliness in terms of corruption practices. If this level is higher, the level of corruption will decrease. Also, the level of an increasing in the level of technology adoption will determine a decrease of shadow economy and of money laundering risks. Talking about cybersecurity, an increase of technology adoption will determine an increase of cybersecurity. The second step of our testing was to take into consideration again every form of fin crime, but this time with digital economy and society index. And as control variables, we took into consideration education index and the 6 dimensions of public governance. Again, resuming our tests, the results show exactly the same conclusion, respectively that all the classical forms of economic and financial crime register decreases. And talking about cybersecurity, it raises, in the context of a decrease of digitalization of economy and society index, but as an effect of a higher level of cybercrime. Highlighting the final conclusions of our study, we can say that the impact of digitalization on the perception of corruption will determine an increase in awareness of corruption crimes, and at the same time, it will determine a lower rate of their occurrence. Also, as a result of technological development, shadow economy and money laundering risk will register also decreases. Talking about cybercrime, the commitment for cybersecurity will raise, and it happens in order to also raise the awareness of its importance and different dimensions of the issue. In what concern the solutions, financial education has to remain the main lever that will lead to the improvement of all performances of a nation. In the context of the digitalization that COVID-19 pandemic has imposed, cybersecurity raised at an alarming rate. So this is why cyber education will protect our personal data and of course our financial resources. In terms of policy implications, we believe that our research will be interesting for the practitioners in the economic and financial domain, but will also inform the general population and the need to protect themselves of financial crime. Regarding the theoretical implications, we believe that we have reached the gap of the literature that we initially intended to. Also, regarding the limitation of our research, in our future studies, we aim to use values that summarize the factual evidence of economic and financial crime, not only about perception and risks. And of course, in terms of quantification methods of digitalization, we aim to take into consideration more methods in order to have results of a higher relevance. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your great presentation. Have you got any questions? Okay, because I think that 1 or 2 people
0.01, and sorry. Here is given the characteristics of the total indicators, like this summary of regression weights for group 1 in the default model using the maximum likelihood estimator and bootstrap. And according to the chart and all statistical analysis, I can tell that all the hypotheses that I formulated for the analysis received the positive points. I mean, all of them have been approved, and my 6 hypotheses had positive impacts on the consumer purchasing decision. In conclusion, my article performed an empirical research to evaluate the effects of these 6 different factors of a consumer purchase intention by using SAM, I mean structural equation modeling. And the research design, I designed a questionnaire and I distributed it among customers of 4 main food retailers in Azerbaijan that I mentioned it in the production slide. And the result of the research confirmed that any increase on brand position, understate performance measure, pricing factors and physical attributes, and of course the last one, brand loyalty, will increase consumer purchase intention significantly. And here is given my all the literature that I used for the theoretical framework of the research, and that's all. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Yes. I don't have got questions. If you also, because I see that I am the most active one. It's the end of the session, yes?
Yes.
Okay. So thank you very much. Thank you for your attention. It was a great pleasure for me to be a chair of this session. And I hope that in near future we will be able to meet in our gremium. And I hope that the situation in a world war won't be developed, and the financial market will be stable, because nearly all exchange rates are blooding. So I hope that everything will be okay and the situation will be more stable than it is now. So thank you very much from me. I have to come back to work, sorry. So see you later, see you next time. Thank you very much.
I am Shubhana Nari, a PhD candidate from the National University of Science and Technology, Pakistan. I'm thankful for giving me the chance to participate in this conference. So today I am presenting my work on tackling the agriculture trade cost by implementing the World Trade Organization agreement to facilitate the trade. So introduction of my presentation is that as agriculture sector is the main leading sector in developing countries. In developing countries, as it provides more than half of the population employment, and they generate their income from this sector, and it is also contribute large in the gross domestic product of their countries as compared to other sectors. But producing a large amount of this sector, it is not participating in the global market, whereas developing countries have a large potential and competitive advantage in this sector, because they have a labor force, very cheap labor force, and they are producing larger, and this sector contribute more in the gross domestic product, but they are not exporting in the global market. One main reason for these countries is that because of the reasons of higher trade cost due to trade policy barriers or other key factors. That's why in global market, more of the exports or come from the developed countries to these developing countries, especially in food and agriculture products. So developing countries have a large comparative advantage and potentials to participate in the global market by producing large and exporting in the international market by reducing the trade cost. When I am talking about trade cost, it means the cost incurred by the producer from the production level to move the good in the final users. So agriculture sector have a higher trade cost due to three main reasons: because of the growth and the trade cost in developing countries like Pakistan for increasing the exports, especially related to policy obstacles. So that's why the objective of this study is to estimate the overall trade cost in the world, developed countries and regional trading partners of Pakistan. First of all, see the trends, what are the trends of trade cost? And then second objective, to estimate the cost related to policy barriers. Policy barriers means tariffs and non-tariff barrier cost in this sector. And then we will see how the WTO World Trade Organization Agreement of Trade Facilitation play an important role in reducing these policy barrier costs in developing countries. So for doing this, before this, we in literature, and literature also represent trade cost is a very important obstacle for the agriculture sector trade in developing countries. So and this sector almost impose 15% trade cost larger for this sector commodities. And literature also indicate that when Asian developing countries impose this trade facilitation agreement, they reduce this sector almost 15% trade cost for agriculture commodities, whereas the developed countries at the border, they reduce this cost 25%. So now we will see in the case of Pakistan, if Pakistan implement this trade facilitation agreement, how much it will reduce the cost in this sector. So first of all, we will see the trends in global total trade cost in agriculture sector. We saw in the world, as compared to world developed partner countries and in the regional partner countries, Pakistan have the highest trade cost in agriculture sector, on average almost 365%. But if we see after the 2015 in Pakistan, this trend, increasing trend, become decreasing, but with a small proportion. This is why, because of Pakistan in 2015 imposed or implement that WTO trade facilitation agreement. That's why this leads to decrease the agriculture sector trade cost in Pakistan. But still, it is of course huge as compared to world, even its regional trading partner countries. So there is need to more implement trade facilitation in this sector in Pakistan, and Pakistan can have more potential to increase the agriculture sector trade by reducing the trade cost in this sector, especially with its trading partner countries. So then we saw the bilateral trade cost of Pakistan with its major trading partner and regional trading partners. So when we saw this diagram represents that Pakistan trade cost with the developed partner countries is larger, like with USA, UK and Germany. Pakistan trade cost is larger as compared to regional trading partner countries. One of the main reasons behind this lower trade cost is that this is because of the geographical factors like same border, less distance, same language. So that's why, but this cost is increasing with the regional trading partner countries. So Pakistan needs to reduce its trade cost with the developed countries, at the same time with the developing partner countries, your regional partner countries, So that is the one main reason Pakistan cannot attain the after liberalization, trade liberalization, more benefits due to the existence of large trade cost with its larger trading partners and regional trading partners. So if we saw even trade cost with the developed partner countries, Pakistan is large, and it is with the increasing trend even after the liberalization with several multilateral regional agreements. Pakistan still more exports to developed partner countries. Why? One of the main reason behind is this, because developed partner countries implement WTO trade facilitation agreement almost 90%. So it is easy for Pakistan at the border to export these partner countries, developed partner countries, because at the border this procedure become easier due to the implementation of WTO trade facilitation agreement as compared to regional trading partner countries. So if Pakistan want to increase more exports of this agriculture sector or trade, so it need to more implement that with the regional trading partner countries. And second reason is that because of the GSP plus status, Pakistan also reduces its cards in tariff barriers, so that's why they more exports to developed partner countries. So we also saw the bilateral policy barriers, factors, tariffs and non-tariff trends in the trade cost of Pakistan. So this is the tariff trade cost trends in agriculture sector of Pakistan with its major trading partners. So this figure represents that the tariff trade cost of larger with regional trading partner countries. So this graph represents Pakistan still have the more potentials with decreasing the tariff barriers for the agriculture commodities in the regional trading partner countries, because regional trading partner countries still have the larger tariffs for Pakistan imports from Pakistan agriculture commodities. So there is a need for more agreements, trade agreements for reducing these tariff barrier costs. So if we saw a non-tariff barrier cost of Pakistan for agriculture sector with its developed and regional trading partner countries, so this graph represents non-tariff barrier trade cost for Pakistan with the developed partner countries is larger and with increasing trend compared to regional developing partner countries, but it is also increasing with the increasing trend. So Pakistan has large non-tariff barrier trade cost at the border. So there is reduce non-tariff barrier trade cost. One of the study also represents non-tariff barriers in 2003 in Pakistan was 1%, and they increased in 2015 almost 55%, and cost is also increasing in Pakistan. So if Pakistan want to increase more agriculture exports, so there is a need to reduce this non-tariff barrier cost, especially with the regional and developed trading partner countries by the trade facility, by agreement, liberalization of trade agreements. So overall, when there is a non-tariff trade cost is large, so that's why WTO enforced the Pakistan to impose the trade agreement, trade facilitation agreement for reducing this cost at the border, this non-tariff barrier cost. So as developed countries impose this trade facilitation rate is greater as compared to South Asia, and South Asia need to more implement trade facilitation for reducing the trade cost. So from the South Asian countries, Pakistan as compared to Bangladesh and Sri Lanka, this implementation rate is very slow in Pakistan. That's why this is the one main big reason for Pakistan, the presence of higher trade cost in agriculture sector. So the status of trade facilitation agreement in agriculture sector of Pakistan, there is no certification authorization, so that's why at the border time cost is larger for Pakistani exporters, and there is no electronic exchange of custom declarations organizations, so they are not implemented these facilitations. So Pakistan, there is need to implement the electronic applications and certificates for reducing the time, documentation, and administrative procedures cost at the border and non-tariff barrier cost. So in the other cases, if we say other procedures like logistic performance index, it play an important role at the border. Transportation is important factor for the agricultural commodities due to their heat sensitivity. So if we saw there is a relationship between the transportation cost and trade cost, there is negative relationship. As the Pakistan improve its logistic, then it will lead to decrease the trade cost. So higher trade cost is related with the lower logistic performance index. So for seeing the impact of other factors, trade facilitation agreement, non-tariff barriers and other factors, we run the regression on the agriculture trade cost of Pakistan. We saw what other natural factors have the impact on agriculture trade cost of Pakistan. So in this case, we follow the RSEP studies. So here betas represents the parameters of the model and Pakistan and J represents the partner countries. So this is the descriptions of the variables where our dependent variable is agriculture trade cost, and this is cross-sectional data for the period of 2015 to 2019. We take the average values of this period. So distance is geographical distance, and there is the source of data, and it have a positive relationship with agriculture trade cost. As distance increase, trade cost will be increased. So logistic performance index and all other variables, regional trade partner countries, they have the negative impact with the trade cost of agriculture sector. Trade facilitation, this is a variable we construct for Pakistan with its trading partner countries and regional trading partner countries. Here we generate coding of the different questions, take the questions, those related to agriculture sector, almost 4 questions with codes, and we take the average values for this. So from the global survey for trade facilitation and paperless trade implementation for the period of 2019. So non-tariff barrier, here is a dummy variable. Here we take the non-tariff barriers like SPSS, photosanitary and tariff technical trade barriers, export subsidies, these variables, and then we generate a dummy variable. We get average value that was 37%. The countries those impose non-tariff barriers 37% or more than that average value, we give the value is 1, otherwise the 0. So this is regression result for the cross-sectional fixed effect regression. Here these results represents that we run the 4 models. In first model, model 1, we see the trade facilitation agreement impact on the reduction of agriculture trade cost in Pakistan. In the second model, we saw the non-tariff barriers and trade facilitation impact. In third model, we saw trade facilitation and non-tariff barriers impact, and in the fourth section we include both variables. So in first model, if we saw in model 1 to 4, the natural cost variables like distance, same border, same language, regional trade partner countries have the expected signs, and they are significantly related to agriculture trade cost. So as we saw trade facilitation in our model 1, if Pakistan implement more trade facilitation, then it will leads to trade facilitation, then we will see it will leads to 7% almost decrease in the agriculture trade cost of Pakistan, and it remain the consistent in all models. So in second model, we saw non-tariff barriers also have a significant impact in the trade cost of agriculture sector, and it will leads to 3% decrease in the agriculture trade cost of Pakistan if Pakistan reduces this cost of non-tariff barriers. So in model 3, in model 2 also represents in regional trading partner countries impose the trade facilitation measures, then it will lead to 3-4% decrease in the agriculture trade cost of Pakistan. If other partner countries impose the trade facilitation, then this will lead to 3% decrease in the agriculture trade cost of Pakistan. So in model 4 represents their interaction term for the trade facilitation and non-tariff barrier variable. This represents the non-tariff barriers have a strong impact on the agriculture trade cost of Pakistan. So Pakistan needs to reduce more non-tariff barriers trade cost for increasing the agriculture exports or reducing the agriculture trade costs. So in conclusion, we saw agriculture trade barriers cost relatively have a greater impact as compared to tariff trade cost barriers, but still tariff trade cost barriers with regional trading partners have a greater impact. So there is a need for Pakistan to coordinate with the regional trading partners for more liberalization of agriculture trade costs, especially related to tariff trade barriers, and more agreements with the developed partner countries for reducing the agriculture trade costs related to non-tariff barriers. So therefore, policymakers need to coordinate the efforts with the regional trading partner countries to reduce agriculture trade costs by fully implementing the WTO trade facilitation agreement measures and simplifying the trade process at border. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Could you make me host back again? Are there any questions? As far as I see, there is no questions. Could you make me host, please? By the way, you can use international economics theory by using trade creation and trade diversion effects. And you can use these theories to improve your studies as far as I see. By the way, I am studying climate change and agriculture as well. So it was so fruitful for me too. Thank you. If you make me host, I will give another presenter who will be Julia Douchinova and Maria Stanimirova. Sorry for my mispronunciation if I'm mistaken. University of National and World Economy and University of Economics from Bulgaria.
Hello, I will present the report.
Okay, I will make you host.
Yeah.
Shabana, did you make me host?
Okay, I will share the presentation, but first of all, thank you for participation and to say that it is a real pleasure to participate and to meet you in this virtual way. Okay, just a second. That moment I cannot share my screen.
Just because Shabana, could you make me host, please, Shabana? Could you make me host back so I can make Mrs. Maria host to make her presentation? Could you make me host? You can use your 3 dots on your mouse by clicking the 3 dots on my screen and make host.
Yes.
Gökhan Özdemir, you will make host to Gökhan Özdemir.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much. So the floor is Mrs. Maria Stanimirova.
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Okay, can you see my presentation?
Your screen share has already started, but I didn't see your presentation right now. Here you go. Yeah. Could you come to the first one?
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay. So the main topic of our report is competitiveness assessment of rural areas, and it shows the example of Bulgaria. I'm Maria Stanimirova, an associated professor, head of the Department of Agricultural Economics at the University of Economics, Varna, Bulgaria, and Professor Duychinova, who is at the meeting but will need to participate in another meeting, is head of the Department of Natural Resources at the University of National and World Economy, Sofia, Bulgaria. So this is a part of a big research and a common project leading from Professor Duychinova, and it's a pleasure for me to share with you some of the results. The main purpose of this report is to present and to show example of assessment of competitiveness of Bulgarian rural regions with different economic, social, and environmental characteristics based on a complex methodology for exploring this territorial competitiveness. So in the context of globalization, we see this competitiveness in a complex view connected with competitive local, producing competitive local products, economic conditions for development of business, and territorial competition is connected with providing social, cultural, and nature sustainability based on this interregional cooperation. What can we say as whole in the beginning about development of rural regions in Bulgaria? We can see that we have as common non-favorable demographic structure, economic, which is highly dependent on agriculture, basic infrastructure, which is highly deteriorated and not built yet, and non-sufficient and no efficient cooperation among the different market participants and institutions. But in fact, it might be said to all of the rural regions in Europe, it's not only in Bulgaria. Of course, this is one of the characteristics of so-called rural regions. A few words about the methodological framework we use. It is based on FAO approach and methodology, which review territorial competitiveness in rural regions in 4 main areas. These are economic, social, environmental, and global competitiveness. Maybe I will focus more on global competitiveness because the other 3 parts are clear enough. But from what they understand from global competitiveness is the ability of the participants in these regions to networking and share practices in national and international level. So that's why a big part of our framework is focusing on this partnership. According this methodology developed from us, we can see that we used assessment and research based on 8 main blocks and questionnaires spread into 2 main groups. These are business participants and administrative participants in the chosen regions. In fact, these main blocks are competitiveness of business, access to the labor market and employment, efficient strategic administration of the municipality, access to educational, health, social, and other services, available infrastructure, protection and environment, improvement, of the environment, cooperation between actors, and development of civil society structures. Each of these blocks is divided into a lot of indicators, and what I can say, which will be important maybe, is that we use a 4-point scale to assess the importance by categories, and these are Likert scale based on statements, and it is not important at all, and in opposite, 4 means definitely important for the development of the area. On this basis, we reach complex weight assessment for each of the listed areas for competitiveness assessment. And of course, we check each of these blocks for its stability. We're using Cronbach sulfur for assessing the stable instruments we use. But I will focus mainly on the results. Hope it will be interesting. As I said, we divided the rural regions in Bulgaria in 5 main groups. And these are first regions with developed agriculture, but small and not well-structured local business dominates. These are regions, municipalities from Varna region. Second, agriculture, but it's a modernized large agricultural producers and companies, and these agricultural producers operate mainly with rented land because of the very small size of the land units in Bulgaria. We can see in opposite very big land producers operating with a big number of units. And these are Dobrich region of Bulgaria. The third part of these rural regions are touristic business combined with agricultural production. The fourth one is again touristic, but small, well-structured local business dominates. This is the region near the Black Sea, mainly as an example of rural regions. And the last one is agriculture combined with mainly industrial developed companies, which is the region of Plovdiv. So what we can see as a summary of this analysis, because as I mentioned, we have really a lot of indicators and areas of research. First of all, when we talk about economic competitiveness, we can see that the assessment shows the highest indicators received in Rodopi and Perushtica, which is the rural districts with industrial companies and not focusing only on agriculture. And the assessment by business and municipal administration regarding to this criteria is to a big extent similar, but we can see again in those regions I focused big gap between the assessment of both groups included into the research. Maybe the less values we can see are at this region of Dobruja, where we can find the big agricultural holdings. The second area of the research is connected with the assessment of labor market and employment. What we can find here is that in comparatively high score, we can see connected with the number of annuals, the increase of the annual salary of the persons with employment contracts and number of training courses made for the business participants, and low assessment for unemployment of the population over 15 years and number of new companies started on the territory of the respective municipality. As a whole, we can see that in all cases, the scores from the assessment of municipal representatives is higher than the assessment of business. Only in this area of Troiana and Priuți, where we can see rural tourism mainly developed, we can see in opposite that the business gives higher assessment of this part of the competitiveness of the region. The third part is effective strategic management of the municipalities in all of the regions. We can see, and it's of course understandable that the administration gives higher scores than the local representatives of business. The only exception is the municipalities near Black Sea, with again developed touristic business mainly in comparison with agriculture. But as a whole, we can see that all of the participants assess highly the developed plans in those regions, which are published and can be reached via internet sites of these municipalities. But we can see that relatively low results can be seen in information availability from reliable sources, skills of the personnel in the municipal administration for project management, and the conditions for electronic administrative services for citizens. So this gives us a lot of opportunities to focus on future opportunities to be used for hiring the competitiveness of the region as a whole. The fourth level of the analysis is focused on educational, health, social, and other services offered in the regions. Again, we can see relatively high assessment indicated from both groups at the area of building new educational facilities. This is mainly according to the European funding as well. Sites for professional sport and leisure, and relatively low assessment is given to the implemented projects improving energy efficiency, reductions of early school leavers, and at this indicator, again, the rural region of Krušari and Dobrić, which was with the biggest concentrated agricultural holdings, has relatively lower results in comparison with the other regions. The fifth area is connected with the assessment of infrastructure provision. Again, the lowest score we can see at the mentioned region. And as a whole, we can see that positively are assessed the increase in the share of population with access to sewage systems, but relatively low estimates from the business and administration is given to the households with internet services and share of population with access of wastewater treatment systems. One of the last area of our assessments is connected with improvement of the environment, and maybe the same results, but differ per included indicators. As a whole, we can see that the business gives relatively high assessment, as well as the administration, to the legislative environmental norms and followed by the local business measures and protection of natural resources, except the area where we can give examples with more industrial companies, the region of Plovdiv. The relatively lower assessments were given to the indicators connected with availability of trained staff in the field of environmental protection. So we have the legislation, but not enough people prepared to present and to participate in these programs, the measures for conservation of biodiversity and effective functioning of early warning systems for emerging natural disasters. In fact, even the statistics at this area in Bulgaria comes a little bit later than needed, and it is really difficult to reach the needed quantitative data to make the needed analysis. The last part is connected with cooperation, and what we can see is that in all of these regions, structures of the civil society might be seen, and this is part of the positive assessment from the business and administration. But low assessment were indicated for the application of proven good practices of other municipalities as in the country and in abroad, as well as the motivation of the representatives of local administration to provide information to the civil society structures and citizens. Again, maybe we can see that the business gives lower score here at the region of Dobruja and Krušari and Tervel. The last part was connected with the development of the society structures. It is to some extent connected with the previous section. For the purposes of this analysis, are assessed, this block is assessed separately. The competence of the representatives of the civil society structures for participation in solving social-economic issues in the municipalities and in developing local policies and strategies and their implementation were highly assessed. In fact, these are the local action groups according to the program of the development of rural regions in Europe, and low assessment, which can be identified as potential directions for development of the regions, were given for cooperation between mentioned local action groups. And at the end, overall assessment of competitiveness, we can see that the results are nearly closer in the 5 types of region, but as I mentioned, they differ into the separate indicators used in every one of the mentioned blocks. We can see a significant difference between the assessment of business and administration from one hand. As a whole, administration gives higher scores to this assessment. We can see that the region where we have higher diversification of businesses and small industrial businesses developed, as well as the agricultural holdings, is the area of Plovdiv. And we can see the higher score from the business assessment at the region where the tourism in rural districts is well developed, as well as maybe the next one, tourism near the Black Sea region. But the lower results are at the area where the big agricultural holdings exist. I may say that for Bulgaria as a whole, according to the statistics, 83% of the direct payments go to the 2.4% of the agricultural producers. So in this region of Tervel and Krušari, we have a big part of the direct payments, but going to only a few companies concentrating a big part of the agricultural lands and operating with her. With it. So the assessment of the importance of the strategic factors of the competitiveness of the regions show that where tourism and industrial business has a leading place, we can see a higher results. Again, as I mentioned, in the areas where the biggest agricultural holdings present and exist, we can see all the others
Tamamen İngilizce değil mi?
areas of
Bak şu an
competitiveness
sesiniz
with
kapalı iyi.
relatively low scores. So at the end, we can see that their complex competitiveness, even though the agriculture is intensive and with a biggest part of the agricultural producers concentrated in this region, the overall assessment of the competitiveness of the region is relatively low. However, of course, these results might only show us the area where we can put more attention and prepare with ideas for future development. In conclusion, the applied methodology for this analysis might be used for development of strategic priorities in Bulgaria and in other countries. Of course, a rural region with its specific economic, environmental, social and cultural development involve economic actors and institutions and all of these participants provide added value for the development of the region, and it is good to pay attention on the gaps between the assessments they give for the competitiveness of the region. Thank you very much for the attention. Of course, I will be glad to answer questions if you have. And before this, you will see the contacts of Professor Duichinova and me, and maybe if needed, I can share more about the methodology, the questionnaires used, and all the information I show in the research.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Gökhan.
I'm already here, Mr. Kaya.
Okay, you can close the conference.
Okay. You will. The next presentation, as far as I see from the list, is from Mr. Aytekin, Bitlis Eren University.
Aytekin is not here. Tuğçe is not here also.
So it's end of the session. Thank you for your all contributions. It was really fruitful for me as a PhD candidate. Thank you very much. And this my